Lenin. Then you have the character Napoleon, he represents Stalin. Then you have the character Snowball, who represents Trotsky. And the only sort of plausibly good guy among all of those is Snowball, Trotsky, whom a lot of disillusioned communists in the West exalted as the good guy and Stalin as the bad guy. George Orwell was a socialist. George Orwell said that everything he has written has been in furtherance of democratic socialism, as I understand it, he said. And so it gives him a little wiggle room, because you say, well, you didn't understand democratic socialism very well, because socialism's awful. But Orwell supported the commies in the Spanish Civil War. He was a man of the left. And Animal Farm has nothing to do with capitalists. Spoiler alert, if you haven't read the novel, the conclusion of Animal Farm is that the communist revolutionaries under Stalin were just as bad as the capitalists or the royal family, you know, the original regime that was overthrown, the American capitalists. But the conclusion is not that the capitalists are good and the communists are bad. The point of Animal Farm, mapping closely on how the left saw the Russian Revolution, is that some of the communists were good, but the good communists lost to the bad communists, and the bad communists are basically just as bad as the capitalists. They're no worse, they're no better. And the reason the right has embraced Animal Farm and George Orwell generally is because Orwell was anti-totalitarian and the modern left is quite totalitarian. So there are some similarities here. But I don't know. I'm not going to lose sleep over Animal Farm. I think people just totally misunderstand Orwell. And it's a fine book, but you know, it's like a fine book. You want to walk tomorrow?
It's not supposed to rain tomorrow.
It's not War and Peace. It's not Anna Karenina.
Yeah, I guess if I'm feeling okay tomorrow.
About it. Okay, whatever. That's fine. I don't need to worry.
It's asking me to sign it, but it's like, did I not just sign it?
What these works actually mean. Because I love Orwell. It's great to quote Orwell, but it's even better to quote actual conservatives. Traditionalists and classical politics. Okay, enough of a rant about a movie that I haven't even seen. Now we have to get to the story that everyone wants to talk about, which is this J.P. Morgan lady, this bankress, who has been accused, she's a good-looking lady, she's been accused of harassing in the most obscene ways a schlubby-looking Indian guy. We will get to that momentarily. First, though, speaking of finance, I want to tell you about Ave Maria Mutual Funds. Go to AveMariaFunds.com/Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. I, for one, think that you should not have to compromise your values when it comes to investing. Why put your money into companies that oppose everything you believe in? That is one of the many reasons that I love our sponsor, Ave Maria Mutual Funds, and why I am proud to serve on their board. Ave Maria Funds has been around since 2001, founded by George Schwartz. Today they manage nearly $4 billion in assets with more than 100,000 shareholders. What sets them apart is simple. They refuse to invest in companies tied to abortion, pornography, embryonic stem cell research, or those supporting Planned Parenthood. Whether you're saving for retirement, your kids' education, or you just want your wealth to grow responsibly, Ave Maria Mutual Funds offers a range of options so you do not have to compromise. Learn more at AveMariaFunds.com/Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. I cannot recommend highly enough that you check them out. AveMariaFunds.com/Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. All mutual funds are subject to market risk, including possible loss of principal. Request a prospectus, which includes investment objectives, risks, fees, charges, and expenses, and other information that you should read and consider carefully before investing. The prospectus can be obtained by calling 1-866-283-6274, or it can be viewed at AveMariaFunds.com. Ave Maria Mutual Funds are distributed by Ultimus Fund Distributors, LLC. If you've been on social media over the past 24 hours, you've seen this story. It has gone viral based on a lawsuit filed by a kind of schlubby-looking Indian guy who says that his superior, who is a rather attractive woman, sexually harassed him. I can't read all of the claims. It reads like a Dear Penthouse letter or worse. I can't, this is a family show, but it involves this woman just demanding sex, this like very good-looking banker woman demanding sex from this kind of schlubby Indian guy. And the language is very vulgar. She apparently would just constantly offer to do him various lewd favors. She would apparently say terrible things about his wife. I think the line from the lawsuit was, she said she was showing off her, what's the technical term? Gazumba.
Do you know what button is win? Like W-I-N on the keyboard, or My
It's the Windows key.
doesn't that pop up the bar though?
Oh, what do you try?
Oh yeah, the app was, yeah, I got it. It's just sometimes it fucking opens up that dumb search bar thing.
Oh my god, like why do they have to make this shit so fucking difficult, man?
Yeah, I hate signing in and
Microsoft,
passwords.
dude.
Yeah, dude, like what you're doing right now is partially a reason why I lost my account. Not because I like didn't know the info or couldn't sign in, but just because they're so weird about signing in.
Failed to log in. It's like, how many fucking times do I have to do this, man? This is so fucking stupid. Unlink it on the PS4 edition and see if fucking sign in on the PS5 edition. So stupid, man.
Was to this banker, and she said, I bet your fish head Asian wife doesn't have cannons like these. So really nasty, racist, lewd accusations. And anyway, after everyone was sharing this story all around for 24 hours, it turns out it's completely made up. Just completely made up.
Yeah, one thing,
Shirayu Ranu, who's the Indian guy who filed the lawsuit,
Microsoft
filed
really
it under the pseudonym John Doe. He didn't want his name on it. He accused his
keeping you
37-year-old
signed in.
executive
They
director of turning him
fucking
into her sex slave by
hate it.
drugging. Oh yeah, she apparently drugged him with like date rape drugs, and then threatened to slash
Like
his
with
bonus if he
PlayStation,
didn't.
the only thing I would
with
ever
him.
have to worry about
So the woman
was,
gets
like,
back with a
being
statement to the
signed
Post
out
by her
was there
lawyer
was
saying Lorna categorically denies the allegations.
leak.
She never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this individual of any kind, and has never even been to the location where the
like,
alleged sexual
hackers or
assault
something,
supposedly took place. Furthermore, a J.P. Morgan
probably
investigation found this woman was not the superior to this guy.
Signed in.
So the claims that she would withhold promotions or bonuses were impossible. J.P. Morgan conducted a relatively quick investigation, found no basis for any of this, and then the guy apparently pulled his lawsuit, allegedly for corrections,
Not my
but then it was never
PSN
refiled.
name, though. Like a
So
different
this story
Yeah, it's
is a lot of fun. One, because it's sort of tittillating,
the
juicy.
mind
But
scroll
the
or
real
some
reason
shit.
it's a great story is because it is a good test
I
of
saw
your
that.
BS detector. When I saw this story,
Bowl
I said, that's
5892.
very lurid. I'm not sure I should even be reading
Yeah,
this story. But said, I don't know,
Oh, I'll have to check.
doesn't
I'm just
ring
checking
true to
the
me.
setting.
color me a little bit skeptical. As you read the claims, they read like a kind of a fan fiction, like a wish casting on the part of a schlubby guy who's got a hot lady working at his bank. So it's a good test of one's BS detector. And all of our BS detectors are a little bit off. They've been skewed by social media algorithms, and they've been skewed by a popular culture that denies basic aspects of the truth. I mean, let's not forget, not to beat a dead horse, but to use the example that was clearest in our culture for the past 5 years, half the culture told us that a man can be a woman and looked at us with a straight face and made us say that, tried to make us say that. So obviously the BS detectors are a little bit off.
There's Minecraft for
Furthermore,
Windows in the
this is
NVIDIA
proof
control panel, and
that
then there's
everyone's
Minecraft
brain
launcher.
has been melted and turned
Why
into a
is there more than one
thick,
option for the
lumpy
single game?
goop by pornography. If you believe, I'm not reading, this is a family show. We're
just
not
give me a
doing
minute.
that to your
I'm
brains.
starting
But
it again.
if you read the claims that this lawsuit made before it was retracted, you just say, women don't talk like that. Now look, our culture being pornified means that I guess maybe there are some women who talk like that. Maybe there are some women who are aping male desires in order to, but generally speaking, no. The stuff that you read in that lawsuit was something out of like a cheap porn film.
So
That's
what
not
did you say
something
your
that
name
actually
is?
happens. It's what
So it's
guys
Legion
want
with a
to
capital
believe
L,
women
and then
will say.
bowl, like a
Not
fucking
to put too fine a
cereal
point on it,
bowl.
no lady has ever referred
5892.
uppermost assets as,
And the bowl, yeah, it's a capital B for the bowl as well.
not once in history has a woman seriously referred to those anatomical features as canons. That's the sort of thing a
So
guy,
this is a
especially a
different
guy
account?
who maybe is a little less familiar with the English language.
I
than a
guess,
guy who
dude.
maybe is
Maybe I
Canadian,
signed into a different
would think
Microsoft
that you-
account. I have no
Because
fucking clue.
the usual
When
one
you
is
are
mint
constantly misperceiving, misinterpreting the world,
Yeah, I remember that.
when you
It
constantly
has to be a
have,
different fucking thing.
ill-formed preconceptions, especially about the opposite sex. That is a good time to, one, turn off the pornography, obviously, and two, sit back for a second, reconsider your priors. I think of this politically. The people who told us for 5 years with a complete straight face that you had to put a hanky over your face to prevent the spread of a virus told you that the COVID vaccine had no deleterious effects whatsoever, that it would protect you from getting COVID, and then when that wasn't true, it would protect you from transmitting COVID, then when that wasn't true, it said protect you from hospitalization, that was kind of unfalsifiable. The culture that told you that a man can be a woman, all these people who looked at you and said, absolutely a man can be a woman, now dare you suggest otherwise. As all of these things have come crumbling down with a million other examples, you need to step back, and you need to readjust all of your priors. And you need to tune out the penthouse.
Okay, I added you.
Just, I don't know, everybody needs to
Yes. I guess you can
detox,
invite now.
desensitize for go on a spiritual retreat. Okay, just get
Okay.
your mind out of the gutter and your mind away from the screen.
Holy
Everybody's
fuck,
saying
that took
watch
forever.
this show. Okay, speaking of unbelievable stories, I teased
I need
this
to
story
figure out a
yesterday.
way how to get this game to
You know
not
how much
run
I
at
hate to say I told you
35,
so?
40 FPS.
When Viktor
If I
Orban
play
was
Java
booted out of
edition,
Hungary,
which
Viktor Orban,
I can't
who
play
was
with you,
the conservative prime minister
can't
standing
play
up to liberal
crossplay.
globalists
It
in Brussels,
it
and the
runs like
European Union who wanted mass
800.
migration. He was the only one who said,
I can
"We're
look
not
up at the
taking
sky
migrants."
and it
Brussels
does fucking 2500.
colluded to boot him out of office. And the way they did it was by backing this guy, Peter Magyar, who said that he was even more right-wing than Orban. And his victory was heralded by Hillary Clinton, Gavin Newsom, the head of the European
Fucking
Union,
anything.
on and on and on. They were all, Alex Soros, the son of George Soros. They were all really excited when this guy won. So that gives you a good sign that this guy's maybe not the most conservative person in the world, or at least he won't fight for real conservative policies. But you had some people, including right-wing pundits in America, saying, no, guys, actually, This is super duper genius 5D chess. This new guy, who the entire global liberal elite just backed to replace Viktor Orban, this guy's secretly even more based than Orban. Huh, guys, this is secretly a big win for us. And I said, how can you possibly believe that? You probably believe that the hot JP Morgan bankress was assaulting the schlubby Indian guy. That's obviously not true. And now we have evidence that, much as I hate to say, I told you so, Hungary is about to wave the rainbow flag. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to President Trump making a very important policy pivot after meeting the King of England. We will even get to InfoWars shutting down. First, though, I want to tell you about Brickhouse Nutrition. Go to takelean.com. Use promo code Knowles, K-N-W-L-E-S. This episode is sponsored by Brickhouse Nutrition. You probably heard about those weight loss injections everyone's been talking about, and for good reason. The results can be pretty incredible. They work by helping regulate blood sugar and keeping your appetite in check. Plus, with summer swimsuit season right around the corner, everyone wants to show off. Here's the thing. Not everyone wants to deal with weekly injections, especially when you start hearing about some of the side effects that can come with them. That is where Lean comes in. It's a weight loss supplement developed by doctors, and people are seeing some really impressive results.
I wish I could change it to
the ingredients in Lean are backed by research showing they can help lower blood sugar, turn stored fat into energy, and reduce those constant cravings and hunger pangs that make dieting so hard. One important thing to know, Lean is not just designed for someone who just wants to drop a couple of pounds. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition specifically formulated it for people who've been struggling to lose 10 pounds or more and are ready for something that actually works. Right now, I can tell you multiple producers and employees of the Daily Wire have tried Lean, and they are looking sexier than ever. There's no question about it. They've been very impressed with how effective Lean has been in such a short period of time. This summer, look your best. Let's get you started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com, enter Knowles, K-N-W-L-E-S, for your discount. That's promo code Knowles at takelean.com. Story coming out of Hungary. 5 seconds after they oust Orban, there's going to be a gay TV channel in Hungary. Orban kept a lid on all the LGBT stuff. Orban got rid of all the pride demonstrations. Orban said that Hungary was going to be an illiberal democracy.
Sticks.
This shocked the global elite. Illiberal democracy. He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. He's undermining democracy. He said, no, I'm not undermining democracy. Orban won many times. He was prime minister for 16 years. He was clearly an expression of democracy. But for the libs, when they say democracy, they really mean liberalism. Liberalism is a political ideology. Democracy is just what most of the people want. So those two things don't necessarily have anything to do with each other, but for the left, they're identical. So when Orban came out, he said, we're going to have illiberal democracy. They view this as a contradiction in terms. There's nothing contradictory about it.
What do you need to make sticks?
Orban
is it
said, we're not doing any weird gay stuff.
Is it
we're not
planks
flooding the country with migrants. We're going to ground our
logs?
country on Christianity, which is the bedrock of the
Don't
country.
you need
The country was
planks?
founded by Saint Stephen 1,000 years ago. This is why the sovereign in Hungary is the crown of Saint Stephen. So on the National Day parade, they would put a cross in the air. It was really beautiful stuff. They oust Orban. 5 seconds later, you get gay TV. According to the owner of this channel, I won't try to pronounce it in Hungarian. It's called Rainbow TV. Adult content will be made available on the channel, along with LGBTQI cultural and gastronomic content. So I don't know, some frou-frou tasting menus or something, plus a bunch of weird sex stuff. Obviously, this was going to happen. The only way that the globalists, the liberals, could win in a conservative country like Hungary was by running a conservative candidate. So he ran on all this stuff. I'm going to be even more right-wing than Orban. I'm going to do all this. But he who pays the piper calls the tune. And this guy had the backing of Brussels, and now it appears that he's going to do Brussels' bidding. I hope that I'm proven wrong about this. I hope that this guy tells the EU to go stuff it. I don't buy it. I don't see it happening. And all of those right-wing pundits, even the right-wing pundits, who said, no, guys, actually, secretly, this is awesome. This is a moment where we say, okay, we've got to re-examine our priors. Is our judgment really intact? Did you believe the JP Morgan story? Hold on, guys. Take a step back here. It's amazing. Political punditry, it's the only job where you can consistently be wrong about everything and then show up to work the next day and no one cares. Political punditry and sports commentary. Those are the two. You can be wrong about everything and you get to keep your job. It's crazy. Okay, speaking of foreign relations, President Trump has made a very important announcement. I consider this personally a very important announcement. Trump is lifting the tariffs on Scotch whiskey. And I'm a Scotch man. Look, I'm in Kentucky right now. We just had a great Mayflower event last night for the Kentucky Derby. I'm getting ready to place my bets. I know I'm supposed to drink bourbon. I live in Tennessee. I'm a Scotch man. I love Scotch. I like rye. I even like bourbon, but I'm a Scotch man. So, great news. Trump says, in honor of the King and Queen of the United Kingdom, who have just left the White House, soon headed back to their wonderful country, I will be removing the tariffs and restrictions on whiskey having to do with Scotland's ability to work with the Commonwealth of Kentucky on whiskey and bourbon, two very important industries within Scotland and Kentucky. So he says, great news. I like the King so much, I'm going to lift the tariffs on Scotch, provided that you lift your tariffs on bourbon. So there's a little deal making going on here. People have wanted to do this for a long time, in that there had been great intercountry trade, especially having to do with the wooden barrels used, because a lot of Scotch and foreign whiskeys are made using bourbon barrels. So there's a lot of interplay. The King and Queen got me to do something that nobody else was able to do without hardly even asking. That's the key line. Much as I care about Scotch and bourbon, that's the key line here for us. The King and Queen got me to do something that nobody else was able to do without hardly ever asking. Wonderful honor to have them both in the USA, President Donald J. Trump. The takeaway here is that a monarch was able to get better diplomatic results than an army of bureaucrats.
Hold on, you might cut out again. Say it again.
And technocrats. A monarch over tea was able to get more effective diplomacy accomplished than the entire foreign ministry and the trade representatives and all the bureaucrats of the UK and the US for that matter. And I shouldn't even just say a monarch, because in America we have this natural aversion to monarchy, in large part because of a liberal history that we've been given of the American Revolution, which was not anti-monarchical. It was a war of independence, but we almost had a formal monarch in America. That proposal was on the table. Ultimately, Hamilton was overruled, but instead we got a president who is like a monarch. And it's not even a dirty word. The M word. We have the N word, that's the M word. It doesn't have to be a bad word. The president, practically speaking, is a much more powerful monarch than any monarch.
Oh, no. Well, right now I'm just
without question, there's no
kind of mining.
But
to
this
fill
means
out
that you had essentially two
place.
monarchs speaking to each other. In the American government, we have the monarchical element, we have the democratic element, we used to have an aristocratic element in the Senate. We still have it to some degree, I guess, in the Supreme Court, but we have this mixed regime. The UK, to some degree, has that too, though. They've very much weakened the aristocratic element. They've basically abolished it in the House of Lords. They've really weakened the monarchical element, and that's been building for hundreds of years now, and it's essentially run by the parliament. But nevertheless, you have these two monarchs, and they get something done. And I think it's ironic, or maybe I'll call it paradoxical, that on the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, a war in which my ancestors fought, you know, I love the American Revolution. I love the great men who gave us our country. I don't mean to diminish 1776 at all, but history did not begin in 1776. And I think there's a greater appreciation as our country ages of the civilizational foundations on which our country is built. You read about this a lot in the Federalist Papers. The Founding Fathers were keenly aware of this. We seem to have forgotten it somewhere along the way of the 20th century, and we're beginning to rediscover it. You saw that beautiful essay from the State Department came out about a year ago, in which the author referenced the wellsprings of our country, Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, you know, people that you don't usually hear referenced. but they obviously form part of the basis of our civilization. And I think we're beginning to recognize.
I wonder what a copper
Call me a crypto
pickaxe
monarchist, but I think people
differently.
really get this. I think Trump obviously gets this.
If anything
That
at all.
we don't want a tyrant. We don't want a dictator. We don't want an autocrat. We don't want any of that stuff. But what we do want is a figure who can rise above party politics, who can unify the country, who can speak to the more dignified elements rather than the merely efficient elements of our politics. And the way we try to do that is with the president, increasingly so. But that role was traditionally filled by a king. And it's very funny that the libs say, we want no king. They're all giddily taking selfies with the king of England. They don't really need no king. They need no tyrants. They're autocrats or dictators. But that's different. Trump is neither of those things either. Trump is kind of a king. You know, he is kind of a king. He's filling that role, and I'm here for it. Well, let's see how the third and fourth and fifth terms go before we finally weigh in on it. Okay. Big exclusive story to Mary Margaret Olahan of the Daily Wire. We've covered the anti-Christian bias that you saw from the Biden administration, a lot of Democratic administrations, go back to the Obama administration. But we're getting it even more clearly right now. According to this exclusive, the Biden DOJ, an employee of the Biden DOJ, was texting around about how he would like to imprison any nun wearing the traditional habit. So here's the line. Let's read it. This is Molly Gaston, assistant U.S. attorney, says, I just noticed for the first time the nuns near the Oath Keepers in one of the New York Times photographs. They're trying to argue that the nuns are secretly, these right-wing extremists. And you saw this come out from the DOJ. The DOJ partnering with the SPLC comes out and says that the Catholics are radical extremists, potential domestic terrorists. Said basically the same thing about concerned parents who didn't want to chop off their kids' genitals. So you see this in the text. Look at the nuns next to this radical right-wing group. Joseph Cooney, another DOJ guy. I know. Molly, I would like to take a special assignment of finding and prosecuting them, the nuns. Joseph Cooney, I'm with you, although I'd like to prosecute any nun who still wears the head habit. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That's kind of a funny joke from a liberal. That's kind of a funny joke from a liberal who hates the church, who hates, it's kind of secular lib joke. It's kind of ha ha ha, tee hee hee, until the government's actually doing it. And the problem is, these guys worked for the Justice Department that actually did that actually put out missives categorizing Catholics as terrorists and actually sent jackbooted thugs to spy on Catholic churches. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had a personal experience of this. I haven't talked about that publicly, but I'm pretty sure I ran into a Fed around these times at a church, asking around about people. So this was happening. Then the DOJ lied about it. Then we found out that this directive went out to field offices around the country. All this after Joe Biden, as vice president, was suing nuns. Now, you have the Trump administration no longer partnering with the left-wing groups going after the nuns. Now you have the Trump administration indicting that left-wing group, encouraging religious liberty, freeing Catholic political prisoners. What a difference an election makes. Okay, I said I would get to it. I'll get to this really quick point. Alex Jones is shutting down InfoWars. After years and years, this was the preeminent conspiracy content show, network, juggernaut of a media company. Then Alex Jones made this claim that the Sandy Hook shooting was fake, and the parents of the kids sued him and bankrupted him to the tune of like $1,000 bazillion gajillion dollars. Just a crazy ruling that effectively bankrupted the company. They've been fighting it for years. The Onion, the left-wing satire, supposedly a left-wing satire company, tried to buy it, and I think they finally succeeded. So now, after all the lawfare, InfoWars has gone down. Here's Alex Jones saying goodbye.
And all glory goes to Jesus Christ, our Heavenly Father, who leads, guides, and directs us. We commit ourselves to God in this holy fight, and we are committed, and if God stands with us, who can stand against us? And that's how I close out. So I salute you all. What a crew. The hell we've been through has only made us stronger. Let me ask you, would you have any other way? No! Are you not stronger now in this fight? I salute this crew and all the viewers and listeners to this fight, and I commit myself to Jesus Christ's hands.
God bless the InfoWar!
You are the InfoWar. It lives forever. We're going to play Frank Sinatra Blue Eyes and come back with the great Tom Renz and then Jade Eyre to close this out. God bless you all. That's it. The next phase starts. The real war begins now.
All right, so that's it. Ave atque vale, InfoWars.
Using
I can't help but
mouse
find
and
Alex
keyboard.
Jones lovable. He's a lovable guy. He's endearing. He's not. Look, what he did that got him in this hot water is indefensible. I think what he did was very wrong when he was saying, and he maybe sincerely believed it, that the Sandy Hook shooting was fake or a hoax. But nevertheless, this caused a lot of pain to the families and the kids. And so, look, that he was sued for this, and he lost his company. And you can find him very lovable and endearing, kind of feel sorry for him. He's going to go, he'll be fine. He'll go do another company. He's a media genius. He's the absolute king of all conspiracy content. He's the best to ever do it. He'll be fine, I suspect. But we should take a political lesson here. The political lesson is lawfare works. And, a lot of times the conservatives only understand that lesson in a defensive posture. These liberals are wielding lawfare against us, and we need to stop it. This is not fair. They shouldn't be doing this. And they need to understand this in an offensive posture. The conservatives have bought a cynical liberal line that all of politics is just about open debate and the free marketplace of ideas and blah, blah, blah. And that's not true. I wrote a book about that. It's called Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds. You can get it anywhere. You're a little slow today, guys. Maybe it's because of the time delay on my travel. Nevertheless, they bought this idea that you should never engage in lawfare. Lawfare is great. Lawfare is awesome. Lawfare works. The law is a teacher. Politics is not merely downstream of culture. Politics also informs culture, and it works. This was the saddest, one of the saddest conclusions after we saw the reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination. One of the really sad conclusions that no one wanted to admit is that assassinations work. That's why people keep doing them. So, I don't know, we've denied this, especially the libertarian side has denied this, how incentives work, how sticks and carrots work. And so bringing it away from terrorism into just the rule of law and lawfare, that works. When you want to shut somebody up and there is a legal basis for shutting that person up, you do it in courts. You do it with lawyers. You do it with the government. Some of that seems icky to conservatives who don't want to get their hands dirty in real politics. Take a lesson from that. Whether you love Alex Jones, whether you don't like it, he's very lovable. Again, I don't know how you could really hate Alex Jones, but regardless, forget about InfoWars. Just the lesson from all of this is, let's do some lawfare. The Trump administration is doing it very, very well right now. Let's follow that lesson. Daily Wire members have a brand new original mini-doc waiting for them right now. The Race to Rescue over Easter weekend 2026, an American fighter jet was... An explosive new investigation of foreigners and migrants in places like Minnesota, in places like California. There's been... what they have. You know how much I hate to say I told you so just shortly after end of Britain and France as major global powers. So we're just in this stalemate, ceasefire. But everyone kind of wants the ceasefire because no one really wants the war. Iran militarily could be absolutely blown to the Stone Age, and then you'd have major destabilization in the region. Likewise, the United States doesn't want to get bogged down in a land war there, and so everyone's just holding on to a ceasefire even as the missiles are flying. However, it was probably ever thus. So it seems to me this breaks the ceasefire, whether or not at this very moment we acknowledge that breaking the ceasefire. And so the two options, as I've been predicting from the beginning, are a deal that we probably don't want or a ground invasion that we definitely don't want. And before everybody rushes to blame Trump, which of course everyone wants to do in this moment, I'm reminded of the very scientific Twitter poll I took 8 months ago, 9 months ago now, which was, should the United States allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon? 90% said no. Should the United States go to war with Iran? 90% said no. Okay, you see the brutal position that the president is in. So the options, I suspect, are a deal that we don't want, or a ground invasion, which would be politically devastating, even amid lots of other good news for the Trump administration. But the American public, the right-wing base, would not want it. So what do we do here? Well, in the column of negotiating, getting a deal, assuming you don't want a ground invasion and a 10-year occupation of Iran, one point that I haven't seen anyone really address is that in these kinds of moments, presidents, not just past presidents, but presidents who are particularly known for their strength, have been restrained, have sometimes backed off a little bit. One of the clearest examples would be Truman. Truman, who was a pretty tough guy, you know, the only national leader ever to drop nuclear weapons. Truman, when his advisors were pressing him to invade China and to expand the Korean War, he didn't. He didn't do that. Dwight Eisenhower, real tough guy, helped win World War II. Eisenhower,
I don't
when he was
remember how to
pushed
get the
deeply
deep
involved
slate
in Vietnam, there
cobblestone
were already
from
some
just
American
normal
military advisors
cobblestone,
over
do
there.
you?
But when he
remember?
was pushed to get deeply involved, he didn't. He pulled back. Clearest example probably is Ronald Reagan, and that's a direct parallel here because this example involves Iran. When Iran's proxies hit the Beirut barracks in 1983, killing over 200 troops, U.S. troops, Ronald Reagan did not retaliate, did not launch a ground invasion of Iran, actually pulled the troops out of Lebanon. So that's not satisfying. We don't like that. We certainly could launch a ground invasion of Iran. We could overthrow the regime that way. We could do it. We're the global hegemon. We're still basically the only people on Earth who can project power. But assuming that that is politically basically impossible, something that people really don't want, there isn't an opportunity here for a negotiated settlement. Even if it's a bad deal, Trump doesn't need to lose his whole legacy. And actually, plenty of very strong presidents have done something like that. No one's going to want to hear this. No one's going to want to hear either of those options. But from before the war began, as the war was beginning, and lots of people were celebrating, I was a little more restrained. And as the war has continued, I just pointed out, it's difficult to see a clean win here. It's hard to see that 88-minute Venezuela win. And so we might be in a situation where you have to deal with a deal that you don't really want. But can someone tell me the alternative? I don't know, all the people who are banging the drums for war saying, no, we just need to go in and finish the job and topple the regime. Okay, it's fine. I don't like the Iranian regime, but do you really think an extended occupation of Iran is going to pan out? Once you get rid of the mullahs, do we really see a path forward on which party is going to take over and make sure that the end result we get isn't worse than what we started with? I don't totally see it. I don't totally see that. So, whatever, remains to be seen. You know, not to be flippant about it, but we're in Schrodinger's Strait here. So every time you observe what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, it seems like things have changed. Okay, now, some good news for the administration. Despite all the doomerism, all the blackpilling, all the talk that Trump's coalition is totally dead, here we have no less a liberal authority than CNN pointing out that President Trump's approval among black voters, that is to say the group that is most solidly repped by the Democrat Party, the group that Republicans have had the toughest time with over the years, and a group that Trump made gains with in his recent election, black voters are sticking with Trump.
Look, Trump's approval among African Americans at this point in term one, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of people. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point.
So do you see this as part of a bigger trend?
I see this as absolutely part of a bigger trend. Donald Trump's Republican Party is absolutely gaining ground, not just him gaining in terms of his approval rating, but look at the party ID margin, Kate, because this to me was absolutely stunning. Look at this party ID margin among African Americans. At this point, in Trump term number one, Democrats had a 63-point advantage. That has absolutely fallen. Look at where it is now. A double-digit shift away. Democrats, of course, still have the advantage, but it's a 12-point shift to the Republican Party.
Those are real numbers. I mean, that is a major shift. You see Trump claiming more of the black vote, and you say, well, look, it's only 12%. Yeah, it's only 12%, but when you only need to chip away 3 or 4 points to give yourself popular vote victories, all of a sudden, that little shift matters a whole lot. And then the party ID. Yes, most black voters identify as Democrats, but if you can chip that all the way down from 63% down to the low 50s, or 50, or maybe it keeps going, that is massive. You don't need to win 90% of the black vote. And the Trump coalition is a weird coalition. I was speaking to my friend Bradley Devlin about this yesterday. The Trump coalition is bigger than the conservative movement. The people in the think tanks and on the podcasts and the nerds and the policy wonks, they like to talk about the conservative movement. We view ourselves, many of you listening, view yourself as being part of the conservative movement. The reality is the Trump coalition is bigger than the conservative movement. The conservative movement is probably 20% of the country. Well, the conservative movement is much smaller than that, but the people who feel represented by the conservative movement, probably 20% of the country. The Trump movement is 50% of the country. Very important to keep this all in mind. Things are going quite well for the Trump coalition. We haven't even talked about the jobs numbers yet. We'll get to that, and we'll get to the biggest silver lining, looking at the midterms. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Things look pretty bad, but there is a major silver lining for the Republicans that very few people talk about. First, though, I want to tell you about Preborn. Go to preborn.com/Knowles, Knowles. Mother's Day is a special time. It's when families come together and sometimes they share big news. Like the moment someone stands up and says, next year, we're going to have a new mom in the family. Those are very joyful moments. For some women, they are facing an unwanted pregnancy, and excitement is not quite the emotion that they feel. They feel alone and unsure of what to do. That is where our sponsor Preborn comes in. Preborn provides free ultrasounds to women in those situations, and it turns out when a woman can see her baby and hear the heartbeat, she is much more likely to choose life. It makes the situation real, and it helps her move forward with confidence. I personally support this organization. Obviously, I'm very pro-baby. I have 3.5 of them myself. And this organization is a great return on investment, okay? They fundraise for their administrative overhead separately, so every dollar you give is going towards saving babies. This month, you can be part of helping an expectant mother in need of support. For a donation of $28, you can provide 1 free ultrasound. For $140, you can reach 5 women. It's a simple way to make a real, tangible difference, and it doesn't stop there. Preborn also connects these mothers with ongoing support, maternity care, baby supplies, counseling, so they're not walking this road by themselves. If you want to help, you can dial pound 250, say the keyword baby, or visit preborn.com/Knowles. That's pound 250, say baby, or go to preborn.com/Knowles to donate today. Folks, have you ever seen me or Matt post something on X and then read the flood of insightful commentary and encouragement that typifies Twitter? Then you wonder, how would they respond to this? Well, now you can see it. I sat down with Matt after we were in Idaho last week. We were going to get a cigar afterward anyway. I said, okay, I posted. I said, for the next 45 minutes, Matt and I are having a cigar solving all the world's problems. What should we cover? Here's what happened. Why U2 is both some bitch as white boys that don't know mother effing gang signs.
I mean, this is the kind of thing you get. I mean, this is why it's a great idea to surrender the programming of your show over to Ed. Commentary we're going to get from them. Oh, that's what you're doing? That's what James said.
Modern McCarthy says, I need to hear you guys debate.
I'm looking at it. You got to say it. I'm looking at it right now.
Watch a full video right now on the Michael Knowles YouTube channel. Get the ad-free version with even more content. Daily Wire Plus. We need some white pills here, folks, because all you get is doom and gloom, and all these people who realize Republicans, by historical accounts, should lose the midterms, and people are kind of mixed on the Iran war, and everyone's a critic, and everyone wants more deportations, and it's all this despair, man. And that's not me. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and there are a lot of good signs in politics and in the economy. For instance, here is CNBC basically dancing on the desk over President Trump's jobs numbers.
Initial jobless claims hitting the wires at 189,000. 189,000. Wow, that is truly incredible. We're looking at levels truly that we probably haven't seen since the late 60s. This is very, very incredible. And continuing claims, 1,785,000. That would be the least going back to August of the summer of 24, actually April of 24.
So all pretty good stuff. Obviously, during the first year, we had record high in the stock market, all the rest of it, which drives home even to me. Let me go back to being a doomer again. It drives home to me that the real hiccup here is the Iran war, which the president himself has said. He said it's a digression that he had to do for national security, for the good of the world. You can't let this maniac regime get a nuclear weapon. We've been kind of fighting him for 47 years. I understand all the arguments. But if that's your weak point right now, if that's your vulnerability, then the key is you have to move off it as quickly as possible with as much of a satisfactory resolution as you can get. It's a basic rule of politics. When the debate you're in does not favor you, when the issue you're discussing does not favor you, change issues, change the terms of the debate. And there's a lot of good fodder for Republicans right now, especially after the Supreme Court victory in Louisiana versus Calais, which struck down Democrats' racist gerrymandering and could give Republicans an additional half dozen seats in the midterms, depending on how quickly the Republican governors can move. Then, look at what the Democrats are pinning their hopes on. This is one of my favorite headlines I've ever read. This comes from Yahoo News, reporting from AFP. Could oyster farmer with a Nazi tattoo scandal be Democrats' new champion? Could an oyster farmer with a Nazi tattoo be the Democrats' new champion? They are referring to this guy who is running in Maine. He's running for the Maine Senate seat. His name is Graham Plattner, and he's got a Nazi tattoo. Now, you're probably having deja vu, and you're saying, hold on, haven't I heard about a Nazi tattoo before? Yes, you have. You heard Democrats cook up a non-controversy. You heard Democrats make up a bunch of nonsense about Pete Hegseth, because Pete has a lot of tattoos because he's a Giga Chad military veteran. And on his chest, he has a tattoo of the Jerusalem Cross. The Jerusalem Cross is a medieval Christian symbol. It is on the floor of the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. This is a very, very mainstream Christian symbol, and it's awesome. And then he also has tattoos that say Deus Vult. This was the call of the Crusades, a unifying message of Christendom that has endured for almost 1,000 years. He also has a tattoo of an American flag and We the People in the font from the Constitution. And so he has these very basic, very traditional Christian symbols and symbols of American patriotism. So, of course, the Dems go crazy, and they say that if you're a Christian or an American, you're basically a Nazi. The Nazis, who were neither Christian nor Americans, I should note, they say that's awful, those tattoos are disqualifying. Meanwhile, they are now running a Senate candidate in Maine who has a literal Nazi tattoo that he has since tried to cover up. That he is an oyster farmer, Nazi tattoo, and he might very well be the Democrats' best hope. This guy is a socialist. He runs on abolishing ICE. Don't forget, Trump won the popular vote. He appealed as a mainstream majority political issue on mass deportations. This guy wants to abolish ICE. Furthermore, this Democrat candidate wants to prosecute ICE agents. Furthermore, this Democrat Senate candidate is pro-trans. Furthermore, even, it's like number 4 on the list is, oh yeah, he also has a Nazi tattoo. And he is one of the most exciting Democrat candidates right now. No matter how unpopular Republicans are, the silver lining is Democrats are less popular. Today, in the year of our Lord 2026, Democrats are less popular. I was at that TPUSA event with Matt in Idaho last week, and some people came up to ask questions, and they were going off about how disappointed they are in the Republican Party. They said, what's the best argument to vote for Republicans? And don't just tell me that it's so the Democrats don't get into power. And Matt cuts him off and says, well, I have to, you can't tell me what to say. I have to tell you. If the argument were only to keep the Democrats from power, that would be enough. And that is true. And most Americans think that, by the way. Because the Dems want to chop up your kids. They want to, well, kill them through abortion and then chop them up through castration, and then also kill all of us because they support political violence in a very large degree. These guys cannot field a good candidate. It just isn't happening right now. So, look, we have a shot at the midterms. You just have to take care of the one issue that is not very popular and then focus on all of the good stuff. Now, you want to talk about bad optics. Barack Obama posted a video with Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill, whose only notable film role came in the mid-1970s. This was outside of Barack Obama's new presidential center, which looks like a hunk of ugly, unfinished rock. Brutalist trash. And he used the opportunity of May the 4th to post one of the cringiest videos that a Democrat has posted in at least several days. Though we'll get to Eric Swalwell's video soon.
Happy Star Wars Day from the Obama Presidential Center.
I have a very good feeling about this.
Mark, I am glad you are here. I want to tell you about someone.
Okay.
A young person born into ordinary circumstances, but restless, unsatisfied. A kid with big dreams, a bit of a rebel.
I like where this is going.
They join a scrappy group of underdogs and set out to change things.
By blowing up a giant space laser?
Mark, this is not about you. As wonderful as you are, this is about them. This isn't a monument to my legacy. It's a gateway to yours. The Obama Presidential Center is much more than a museum. It is an entire campus built to empower you. A place to come together, get inspired, and become a force for change. See what I did there?
Strong the dad jokes are.
Oh my god, the whole thing, even the jokes
That's
about the
perfect.
jokes are just ugh. So you think, look, you say Republicans are out of touch. They are out of touch. They're always, yes, Republicans are always out of touch. Conservatives aren't cool. Every time conservatives try to be cool, it's lame, and yeah, it's true. But the best the Democrats have right now is a washed-up actor from the 1970s. And what's crazy is the pick is totally fitting. I don't think they intended for it to be fitting, but to really push the Barack Obama Presidential Center on May the 4th with the Star Wars guy is so fitting because the Presidential Center itself looks like an Imperial cruiser from Star Wars. It looks like Darth Vader architecture. That's not a stretch. Just look at it. It is ugly and gray and drab and soul-crushing and depressing. Why is this? There are so many architectural styles to pick from. How about Beaux-Arts, like Grand Central Station? How about Art Deco, like the Empire State Building? How about neoclassical, like the nice buildings in Washington, D.C.? Why would Barack Obama pick the ugliest form of architecture that has ever existed? The answer is because it fits his political vision. When I look at the Obama Center, this is not just being frivolous. This is not just being trivial. This actually matters for politics. In fact, when you look at the Obama Presidential Center, you actually do think of like the Death Star or some ugly Imperial cruiser. It's like the Death Star, but uglier. Or the other thing I thought of was Mussolini's facade on the Palazzo Broschi. Do you ever see this picture? Is this picture of a big, scary caricature version of Mussolini's face with the phrase just "si, si, si, si," yes in Italian, yes, 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 all over it, covering up actually what is beautiful architecture, but to try to make it look drab. That's the fascist style. Think about communist architecture, all those old Soviet bloc countries. There's a building in Yugoslavia. It's so powerfully ugly. It also looks like something out of Star Wars. It looks like one of the Imperial bad guy ships in Star Wars. And all of it, all of that brutalism, why? Is that just a coincidence? Am I just drawing an unfair comparison? No, it's all of a piece. There's a reason for that. Because the hardcore leftist architecture is all functionalist. It says form follows function. It's not supposed to be adorned and beautiful. It's not supposed to have ornamentation. That's all bourgeois or aristocratic or superfluous, and all that money should just be spent on the proletariat or something, even though it never is. So it's intentionally ugly because it's promoting radical equality. That is the idea behind the kind of communist brutalism. And that is what you're getting out of the Obama Presidential Library, because that is the vision of the modern American left. One, it is indistinguishable from communism. Many of the leading Democrat candidates are openly socialist, like that wacko up in Maine, but so many of them. The leading Democrat commentators, guys like Hassan Piker, are openly socialist or communist. They want this. They get a kick out of it. And it follows the ideology, which is radically egalitarian, radically functionalist, denying of human spirit, purely materialist, and it's gross. And the reality is, you can judge a book by its cover. Most of the time, not all of the time, but a lot of the time, prejudices are right, stereotypes are all true, and you can judge a book by its cover. Don't blame me for that conclusion. Blame Barack Obama. Blame reality. Now, speaking of unpleasant videos, Eric Swalwell, he was the former future governor of California. After he was the former future president of the United States, he ran for president as a Democrat. He was in Congress. Now he says he's going to resign from Congress because he got caught up in legal scandal, a residency scandal, a financial scandal, and then a sex scandal. Eric Swalwell, with his antics on Snapchat, grown man on Snapchat, red flag. Eric Swalwell is teaching us a classic lesson about theology and moral philosophy. We'll get to that momentarily. First, though, I want to tell you.
Dog, at what point
Go
will
to puretalk.com/Knowles,
women start approaching me?
$90 a month to the big wireless companies for unlimited data.
In your
It's not just
dreams,
expensive,
dog.
It is absurd. My wireless company, Pure Talk, is offering unlimited high-speed data for just $34.99 a month. Now here's the kicker. That same unlimited plan used to start at $55. Pure Talk is doing something very rare these days. They are actually lowering prices while giving you more. Imagine that. I have had my Pure Talk phone in service for 6 years now. I love it. It's great. Great American company, supports what we believe in. Great American customer service. Best service that you are going to get, period. Best towers, best everything. And you can even take it overseas if you're going on some big fancy summer vacation. They're just phenomenal. 30 days, no contract, no cancellation fees. That means no risk. Do it. I was telling a family member of mine to do this the other day. Right now, go to puretalk.com/Knowles, KNWLES. Claim unlimited high-speed data for just $34.99. That is puretalk.com/Knowles. Switch to my wireless company, America's wireless company, Pure Talk. Eric Swalwell. I'm not playing the videos. Maybe we have a picture of it. You can put all the pictures look goofy. It gets the message across. I'm not playing the videos. Eric Swalwell, reportedly, has been accused by multiple women of sending sexual messages, including videos of him doing things by himself while in a state of undress. This is a family show. I'm trying to speak. Ones who were excusing it, justifying it. You saw kind of bloodlust. It was really weird. Women, this is according to Gallup poll, social series data for the last 25 or so years, young women have become much more liberal. Men have moved a little to the right, but the 18 to 29-year-old women have become much, much more liberal. The culture war, I would remind you, is a left-wing phenomenon. We can't blame the men for polarization. It's more the women. And we always hear that it's the right that's focusing on these culture war issues. They need to stop stoking the flames of the culture war. I would remind you, the culture war, similar, is entirely a left-wing phenomenon.
Wait, what can I do with Deep Slate?
It's not the conservatives who redefine marriage.
Cobblestone
It's the libs who
or
redefine
what?
marriage. It's not the conservatives who tried to change
Just
how
Deep
we
Slate?
use bathrooms. It is the libs
Is it
who
the
tried to
smooth,
change
dark one?
It's not the conservatives who decided to rewrite the Constitution to kill a million.
As far as I know,
The libs
all I use Deep Slate
It wasn't the
/
conservatives who
Cobblestone
decided to
for
radically
is
change the demographic
to
of the
build.
country. It was the libs who did.
So if you
And
don't,
on and on
unless you
and
want to
on.
look it
By
up, I
definition,
have no use for it.
It's the libs, it's the radicals,
other than
it's the
building.
revolutionaries who changed the culture, attempted to change culture. We are
And I'm not
reacting.
one of those people that like wants to like
And
enchant their fucking
frankly, we've been much too modest in our reaction.
enchant shit so it's
Now,
special. I
Speaking
just
of demographic trends,
build shit.
President Trump, he posted politically incorrect, horribly, terribly offensive, unacceptable, racist, bigoted, prejudicial post yesterday on Truth Social. That was, of course, entirely correct. He was just posting facts. People are very upset about it, but he has shifted the way that we talk about immigration already, and I think he's giving a sign here of how we should shift it moving forward. Folks, the Daily Wire has just released a bombshell investigation into fraud. Some stats. He was posting hate stats. Very hateful, totally unacceptable statistics. Lifetime contribution, we are reacting to that. And frankly, we've been much too modest in our reactions. Okay, now, speaking of demographic trends,
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh.
The Supreme Court, but true story, it actually did. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. The last remaining provision of the 1965 Civil Rights Law that prevents racial discrimination in voting. Let me just set the record straight and give you the quick gist. The 1965 precedent basically said, hey look, there's a lot of black people, there is systemic racism, so they should have congressional representation. So they drew up these maps for the purpose of correcting past injustice. By today's standard, the Supreme Court's basically said, that's discriminatory against other races now. We're well past this. In fact, Alito made the argument that it seemed like...
Damn, dog, I wish I had a
law
Pepsi and a
intended for some kind of
can.
sunsetting. That
Or Coke
it was
again.
to deal with something specific at the time that... So that being said, they have issued their ruling. You cannot
I can't wait to have
congressional
my fucking
districts
steak and
based
tater tots
on
tomorrow, dude. You
race.
don't even know.
Why does that matter? Well, my friends, we've got this from the Persistence, Scott Pressler. He
Go to
says
Fortino's
two
to
of
buy the
Pennsylvania's
steak or whatever.
congressional districts were
Yeah, I went on
drawn as a
Sunday.
result of
The fucking
unconstitutional
prices for
race-based
meat
Voting Rights Act
have
requirements.
fucking gone up so
The
much
RNC should not just
that
focus on southern states,
instead of
but
getting
must
like the
also
normal
sue
one before,
Pennsylvania for its illegal maps.
like just like the
Sue
normal
Pennsylvania.
sirloin or strip loin,
You don't need the RNC to do
is
it.
like $45 now,
Who lives in these
and
districts
Oh shit.
will
to
have
get the
legal
one
standing because you
to
are being
get
impacted by
something
this.
at the price
And
that I
here's where it
used to
gets
pay
really
for,
crazy.
I either have to get the
Ask
shitty
Rob,
kind or
break
go
it down
for
for me, brother.
a ribeye for some reason. It's way
Nearly all
cheaper.
20 to 30 of the VRA-mandated
But
congressional
it's only
districts
cheaper
in
when it's
Republican-leaning
packaged.
states
When it's
are held
when it's behind the
by
glass already, it's
Democrats.
more expensive. I
That
don't know
means
why.
if we go on the high end, imagine a Congress with only 180 Democrat votes.
But
230
massive
are somehow
entire
Republican
fucking
ones.
pieces of
And I'm going to lay it out there a little bit more. It's
pork
actually upwards of
tenderloin
40, but
are like
I will throw a wrench in the spokes for the Democrat or
$8-9.
purple
I don't
states.
understand what the hell
The issue
happened.
here is that if you sue to change, to redraw these racist maps, if the state is held by Democrats, they will take the opportunity to redistrict right now, and they will make more Democrat districts. So they'll say, okay, we won't use race as the basis, we'll use something else. And this could
Holy
result
shit.
in every single state in the country being redrawn right now
What?
in the most
Have you ever
insane
seen
of ways.
the
end
sun
result, I think,
reflecting
if
off
VRA
of the
law
copper
reflects
in this
Democrat
hallway?
districts in red states, that's the point. This is
I
going to
don't
put the
know
Republican
if
Party back in play. Polls be damned.
I
And the
have
funny thing to me is, I'm gonna
the
pull up what we
graphic
got from
settings for that to
Kalshi.
happen.
2026 midterms, balance of power has not adjusted for this. I'm not recommending anybody do anything. Don't spend money on that. Don't listen to me. I'm just saying. I am surprised we've only seen
That
a
was
2-point
sick.
jump in Republican control of the House and Senate. Poll-wise, Republicans are set to win.
Wow,
the
it's only
Senate.
10:30. That's
Poll-wise, it is
usually
leaning
by this time
Democrat.
it's
So
12:30.
right now, we don't know for sure if it's going to be a Democrat House and Senate, or a Democrat House with a Republican Senate. But I actually believe, based on this move from the Supreme Court, if these lawsuits get
Well,
filed across the board in every one of
got
these
no more
districts,
building
these
materials,
states
so
have no
it's
choice.
fucked.
The Supreme
Well,
Court has
what
already said it
building
is
material do you
unconstitutional.
want?
How would they not take this
Just
action?
the
What's their
like the
argument? What could
black,
they possibly do? Delay,
I guess
maybe,
the what is it
but
called?
6
The
months
deep
is a long
slate.
time. And then, if they
The
don't
one
respond,
that
this could call the election itself into question. If they move forward
Well, you can come
elections
down where I
in
am,
what has
and
been
there's a
determined
bunch
to be
of
unconstitutional
cobblestone
congressional
deep
districts,
slate.
then you're
or
gonna
sleep.
have
I don't know.
more lawsuits.
Do you put
There's
that
like
ends up, but
there's
into the
one
thing?
there was like
So all I can say is,
wait, hold
typically-
on.
well,
The
I'll
fuck
put it
is
this way. This
this?
is particularly esoteric, right? When you're reading the news and someone says something like,
Yeah, I just need deep slate then. Yeah.
everybody runs to buy in the prediction market to try and get it in before it flips 99% and they can make a profit. I don't think people who normally buy understand the ramifications of this SCOTUS ruling and how it is the domino being knocked over that will result in Republicans having a much, much better chance of winning. Not to mention, guys, the latest poll from Harvard Harris X is that Republicans are tied with Democrats. So I'm curious what you think.
I mean, I think it is a big deal. We know that every congressional district is probably
Yeah, I just need more deep
slate.
slate.
What Pandora's box is open from this, but But I would say also at the same exact time, you know, if we want to win elections, it's always the left that uses all these ridiculous.
I don't know where you go get to where you are.
And,
Go to my
if
dock.
we want to win, we got to win because we are
Where my boats
more
are.
popular opinion. We're the popular.
And then tell me once you're
We
there.
don't need to worry about gerrymandering,
Just give me a
and
sec.
we just have to overcome it. And I know that sounds whatever cliche or too anecdotal. I just I don't think this is as big a deal for some reason because I feel like the district's already gerrymandered anyway, and I just don't know if they change that much if we lose that many different seats. Do you think it'll be 30 seats?
Have you looked at Louisiana's map, bro?
Well, I figured it's probably all race-based, but I mean, you're gonna.
So Louisiana, this case alone has just eliminated 2 Democrat districts right now. It's done.
Well, that's
You're
good.
there?
That is good. It seems like it's a good thing, but I also know that.
Okay, so
know,
when
they
you're
took
there,
the
look
district part of
towards the
California,
water.
and now they're gonna get more Democrat seats in Congress.
And then look
What
90
we might
degrees
end up
to the
seeing
right.
now is a cascade effect.
And there should be
Every
an
blue
opening in the
state-
ground,
here's the problem. I just want to
maybe
put it
like
so I say blue states
10
will
to
be
20
redistricted.
blocks
But the
away.
problem is,
Maybe
blue states
there
are
might even be a
almost
plant
already
at the
gerrymandered
top
to
of the
Democrats
entrance, and then
extra
you just go
seats.
down.
Take a look at Massachusetts. 36% Republican, 0 Republican seats. That doesn't make any sense. You take a look at Illinois. Let me pull up Illinois' map for you.
It does
Find
happen
it.
in the conservative side more, where it's
Like
safe, but then they
with
have
torches and all that, right?
less representation.
Yeah,
Well, no,
there'll
because
be
the
stairs.
DRA, the red states, have
There'll
weird
be like the long,
race-based gerrymandered districts.
stairway.
Look at Illinois 13. They intentionally created a strip. Could you imagine you live in like some rural middle of Illinois town, but they just have this line of fire going over your house to put you in a Democrat district? Look at this, Rockford and Bloomington and Peoria. They create this weird strip that wraps around so they can get these Democrat districts and make a fake congressional district. Let me show you what Louisiana looks like. This is what ultimately lost. Look at the 6th and the 2nd district. Is that not the dumbest district you've ever seen?
And they got the biggest cities, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans.
Indeed. These were drawn up based on race, and they have to eliminate them. And now
Dude,
the
that's fucking
expectation is
insane,
this-
dude. Have you
when they
seen
redraw
any
this,
of
there will be
these
no Democrat
voting
districts
districts in the U.S.? How Democrats purposely get like the minorities that vote for them and add them into other districts to make it a Democrat district. It could a single district could stretch like 60 or 70% of the entire diagonal length of the state, which is fucking insane, dude. It's literally like imagine like a 3 by 3 foot square, and then you put like a really long slab of salmon, like the entire fillet,
It's like the balloon's been
and
inflated
it just stretches like from one
so
corner
many
to the
times
other,
that
and
it
that's
just
one
popped.
district. It's like, how does that even make sense?
Is observant.
What do you mean when you say it stretches diagonally?
VRA districts. This is what the South will look like.
Wow,
Do you think this is
huge.
Do you think this is likely to happen because an everyday
Like,
citizen can
if there's
support
4
the lawsuit as
corners
opposed to
of a
expecting
square,
Republican operatives to do it?
it can
That's the key
stretch
right
from,
there,
like,
is
let's
that
say,
anybody
No, but like with the district or whatever, like what do you mean when you say across the U.S. or whatever?
like instead of a district being like a square or like a certain part of the state,
So for those that aren't familiar how
kind
this
of
works,
like, okay,
if
so
you go to
imagine
a state,
Canada, right?
if you live in a state you have a
Imagine
problem with, let's say a problem with your state,
Saskatchewan
and, you're like, I'm going to sue the
is like a
state.
square. It actually
The
makes
lawsuit
sense.
goes to the Attorney General of that
Alberta's
state,
the
who then
same.
determines whether or not he's going
Ontario's
to
the
defend
same.
the state from the
But
action.
imagine if there was a
There are many
province that
instances
stretched
where
from
the
BC
Attorney
all the
General
way
might
to
say,
Ontario,
you know
but
what?
didn't go into
I actually can't win this case.
the Northwest
And
Territories.
so let's
That's how
say
thin
you
it
sue
was.
your state's
And then imagine
power
it, and then imagine it curled around certain areas,
you've got something
maybe
like,
even
hey, the fees that they put
creating
forward
like
on,
a hook
regulatory
type
fees
shape,
they've added to electric
just
bills
to
of these private companies, they're unconstitutional. The
to
Attorney
hit
General reads it
certain
and goes,
demographic areas.
okay. He then goes to the
That would
regulatory
vote
agency
for
and
them.
says,
So wait, what is that in?
defend you on this one. I can
What is
try
that?
to
What?
defend you on it, but I'm
Like
gonna
what?
tell you,
What does that mean in reality? Is that supposed to represent?
to defend it.
That's like let's like you know how we have municipal
file
councilors.
lawsuits in these districts
It's
saying
Yeah.
known
like
racially
a
gerrymandered
position
VRA
lower
districts.
than mayor, because
There
there's
is
certain
still the
districts of
proof
Toronto
What is the grounds by which these are
Okay.
determined to
It's
be?
basically like
And
that,
they may try to
but
make that argument
that
in court. Okay,
adds
you gotta prove in
seats
court
in the House
this
of
district came
Representatives,
about
or like
because of this. It may actually be very easy to prove,
legislative
considering
branch.
Democrats' attempts to defend them has already created this pretext where they've said, we did it for this reason.
Yeah, it's hard for you to
like
understand.
Obama's quote right now about how this is about fighting back against Jim Crow. Okay, agreed. Now you gotta get rid of them. If the governors, the state legislatures just say, you're right, they tell the Attorney General, we're not going to defend it. More importantly, the state could just do it. The state could then, the governor could say, look, we just heard what the Supreme Court said, we have no choice, we're redrawing these maps. So I do think that this is more likely to happen because private individuals now have standing to take action. Whether or not it'll happen fast enough, I don't know, but I kind of think the reason this is happening, it's intentional in the Republican playbook. They went after the VRA intentionally because they want to win the midterms based on redrawing maps. That's why Trump told Texas to redraw. Democrats are responding. The issue for Democrats is many of the blue states are already gerrymandered to oblivion, like I showed you with Illinois. So they won't be able to gain as much as Republicans can in this war if Republicans go all the way.
So timing-wise, you think they picked now for that specific reason, or should they have waited longer?
I think they chose now for the specific reason that there is very little time to reverse any decision. You've got 6 months, meaning it's a rush job to flip these states and go plus 12. But by the time this is resolved, the election will be right in front of us. I do think we have an interesting conundrum in what happens if someone files a suit right now, it is not resolved by the time the election happens, and then after the election, a court issues a ruling that it was an unconstitutional district and must be redrawn. They'll have to have special elections. So hypothetically, there's a scenario where in February of next year, we're having another series of 20 or 30 congressional races due to the resolution coming after the election.
I think that helps the conservatives.
I agree, because how do you induct a new member of Congress when they're like, a judge just issued a ruling that your seat is unconstitutional? Then what ends up happening is the existing Congress says, we're not going to swear you in because you're not a member of Congress, your seat's unconstitutional. This is going to be a weird scenario. Now, there is still the very high probability, literally nothing happens.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just jaded, but I'm just, I'm not a nothing ever happens person. I'm a nothing ever changes person, and I understand that, like, for a lot of time when you're jaded about this type of stuff, I'm like, it just doesn't seem like we're going to see plus 12.
Except for the fact that Texas already did, California already did, and Virginia just voted on it. So to say, I don't think it's going to happen when we are currently in the war.
Texas was Republicans gerrymandered.
Indeed.
But the idea here is that
Wow, okay,
most of
so
the left is Republicans.
the unemployment rate in Canada right now is 7% or 6.9, so I would argue it's much higher than that. Just even off of the metric I'm about to tell you how they judge it. Apparently it's 7%. And that's the people who are actively looking for a job, apparently. That's what it made it sound like.
So California,
and I think even under that metric, I would say it's probably 10%.
County, which would eliminate the state's going to eliminate Republican seats. But Republicans can
Yeah, they don't count people who aren't looking for employment as unemployed or whatever.
So,
which is really strange.
So that means that it's
just something always so depressing to me about
the people have to be on unemployment benefits in order to be counted. Because how would they know who's looking, or how they know who's like okay, hold on.
Was it Alexandria? They tried to split it into 5.
Fairfax County.
Fairfax? Yeah. Tried to split it into 5 different districts.
Did. Yeah. They have 5 districts with thin, tiny strips stretching into just Fairfax County.
I think you're right. It's going to be hard to prove that it's done for race. That's the thing. That's
not because historically it's in the historical record. That's the point. Okay. They were literally saying this. So the issue is that when these states drew these maps, they were told explicitly you must draw them based on race. Based on that precedent, they're going to say we have to redraw, and how are you going to challenge it?
So they're just reversing the precedent that was already set.
We used to call, in fact, they're turning it. They're not only reversing it and undoing it, they're like turning it around and forcing a different direction, I think. We used to call, affirmative action in like high school. This is like the mid-90s. We'd be like, isn't that reverse racism? That if a guy who's not as qualified as me, but is a black guy, gets the job instead of me, who's better. Isn't that? And they're like, no, it's not reverse racism, bro. It's racism. And like, I do understand like lifting up people that didn't have much coming up, but like,
you want to help out marginalized communities.
But to a point, like, I'm not going to stomp on my own foot to make my other foot, run faster. Like,
I agree. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of what it is. It's toxic empathy, basically. Like, we are just trying to help people to hurt ourselves,
If Republicans pull this off and actually flip the VRA seats, the makeup of Congress will be Republican 247 to Democrat 182 and 1 independent.
Wow, so the metric they use isn't even accurate. It's based off of a survey. And yes, it is based off of people who are actively looking.
From my perspective,
no, it's gradual then sudden.
I've heard that too. In fact, what's the name from Black?
Look at cell phones.
Yeah, stuff. It does happen like that.
The internet emerges in
They say what the survey like asked, like what the questions were, what it collected.
By the late 90s, everyone I knew was online every time they weren't out doing something. You came home, you went on the computer. By 2008, the internet was in everyone's pocket all at once. Over the span of 1 year, the internet went from something that took 15 years to see adoption to instantly everyone had it 24/7.
So demographics, like education, immigrant status.
2007 was the introduction.
The iPhone 3, but like,
So it's like a fill-in survey or whatever.
Yeah, visible minority group, age, sex, gender. Okay,
but that's not every. I guess it's a semantic. It's like not everybody.
The term being used is ubiquity. Okay.
Yeah, we were
not literally everybody had one. That was the beginning. At which point, mass adoption skyrocketed. In 1 year, it's a jump of double-digit percentage year over year, and over the course of 15 years, I mean, going to 2008. You have the course of about 15 years of people slowly adopting the internet and arguments being made it will not take over to then when in the span of 2 years, everybody has it.
Go ahead.
This seems like a situation where people are like, what, 9 people are trying to decide for 500,000 people how to live their life.
You mean like one person decides for 775,000?
Yeah, well, with the Supreme Court, because I often think like, okay, I like the Supreme Court, I like that it exists, but at the same time, 6 stodgy bastards can't just like decide that I have to go smell poop.
It's 9.
It's 9, but 6 of them can make a decision.
Okay, so there are 16.8 million households in Canada.
It's not ignoring, but like these top-down authorities.
They
like 9 people. That's a lot.
Sampled 56 to 65,000 households in the past, like I think it said 3 to 4 years.
I'm just talking about the Supreme Court.
And it only counts people that are actively looking that are tallied within the survey, and then they use some like
I think if you have a grievance with that
formula to try to. So it's way over 7%. Because technically, I'm not counted on that.
I do.
And haven't been.
They can work fast enough.
So.
Just conservative judges.
Yeah.
Just clone.
My dad wouldn't be counted on that, even though he's not looking. But
if you're not a communist, it's fine. And the argument made for why is that there are 13 federal districts.
That's that is insane to me. That's just a way to make your fucking government look better, make your economy look better. It's basically just a fake statistic.
So that's the argument that's been presented for a long time as to why we need to add new justices because the country got bigger. We never did. Democrats are going to do it. We better do it before.
Can I ask you a question? So you mentioned Roe v. Wade earlier. How has abortion
Make that survey a lot better.
It's completely illegal in Oklahoma.
Say that again.
Texas too.
Yeah,
I
Texas.
feel like they can make that survey a lot better.
I still see people give statistics saying like people are.
Well, what I would probably do.
Can't do it in Texas, Oklahoma.
I would, if I had like a fucking statistic company or whatever, I'd be like, how many people of working age
they could put certain restrictions on it
that aren't disabled
overnight. There
or on some sort of medical leave or mental health leave, and not on some sort of
that as soon as the Supreme Court precedent changed, they instantly went into effect.
Okay, so that,
disability benefit.
My point is more, so is there something similar?
I would tally everyone in that, and that's.
Is there something similar that could happen?
And
like the span of just one night that will happen.
Yeah, right now.
Maybe look at the percentage of stay-at-home moms, and
yes,
then I would
bet as soon as the news
tally
broke,
from that.
there were a bunch of NGOs that already had the lawsuits drafted and ready to go.
So I
because
would
this is a very obvious GOP play to
remove
win the midterms.
stay-at-home moms or
Like, the
disabled people or
strategy is
mentally ill
obvious.
people
Want to get rid of the VRA. Now, it's
or
funny
anyone
is
after
Republicans
65
are cheering for SCOTUS not getting rid of the VRA. Because under
and see
this
how fucking
opinion,
bad
it's
it
narrow.
is.
What's being argued is now the Republicans can actually use the VRA to get rid of any districts that they feel is racially.
I'm trying to think.
Then it's okay.
They just sent it. They just sent it like it's like a mail-in survey, I guess.
You know, fat white guy who makes $30,000 a year.
Well, what it sounded, yeah, what it sounded like it's could be an email or could be in the mail, but it doesn't sound like it's
shouldn't impact how you vote. It shouldn't.
definitely not something you fill out at a government office or anything.
That at some point in this country they said we should have members of Congress whose standing in Congress is based just on their
Like that's such a small
It's like the antithesis in this country.
that's the antithesis of what civil rights was supposed to be.
Civil rights.
like how do they first of all know what the circumstances of the people in that home is?
But going on and on. Unemployment crisis. They're still reporting such low numbers. It just doesn't seem to.
Sometimes when a case goes before the Supreme Court, they look at it and go, "We have nothing to say about this," and reject it.
Are the other courts?
Just doesn't seem to keep track with what they've been saying previously. If it's 7%, what percentage do they claim there's an employment crisis or an unemployment crisis? Is it 5%? Like, why is the number so low?
Well, 7% is pretty high, even by the metric that they use.
Or are they still calling it an unemployment crisis, or they just stopped calling it that?
That I don't know. It's the same, if not higher, than it was when they called it a crisis. But even if they don't call it a crisis, I feel like that's irrelevant, because it's the same government or the same system that is helping that happen in the first place.
There's an injunction issued saying, Trump, you can't bar transgenders. So your executive order no longer applies. Trump then appeals. The higher court, the appellate court, says, no. Trump has final say on who can. His ban on transgenders will stand. Instantly, another judge in a lower court issued another injunction, at which case now you've got two separate injunctions. One appeal staying that injunction, but another judge being active. And the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court, how can we have 400 plus lower court judges?
Remember the mayor of Los Angeles, the one that allowed the city to burn?
Yeah, that black lady.
Yeah, apparently when she was younger, she not only was a supporter of the Communist Party of Cuba, but she went there to help them. Like, I can't remember when it was, but there are apparently like pictures of her down there.
Yep, only the Supreme Court.
So the transgender people that would be kicked out of the military due to his rule, then they could get some money from themselves, but they wouldn't.
They would get money. They get admitted. So those 3 people would be allowed to go in if they win, but nobody else. Which there was another interesting case that happened, which is really funny based on that ruling. I forgot what the case was. It was a few months ago. Some libs sued the Trump administration and won on something that should be precedent-setting, and the Trump administration said, "Okay, you win." They refused to issue an appeal, meaning that the 3 plaintiffs in the case got their remedy, but no one else did. Oh, this was an immigration issue. Some people were suing over birthright citizenship, I think. Won their case. Normally, what would happen is the government would then appeal to bring to the higher court. They said, okay, you 3 people can have your immigration status.
Nobody else.
But nobody else.
Because if they'd appealed it, then everyone could have gotten it.
Because it could get to the Supreme Court, which would then issue a nationwide precedent. Yeah.
That's tragic.
Yep. So they're just like, okay, every single one of you will now have to sue, unless a class is established, and that's what they're trying to do. So they have to establish a class and justification for why that class exists.
So could people that are suing the states, could they be like, hey, we as white people demand address these or redraw these gerrymandered lines,
Yes.
the class would be white people.
Well,
literally be a thing.
I
don't know.
White people are already a protected class under the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Better be.
The issue right now is, if you live in a district that is known to have been created specifically under the VRA, you have legal standing to sue because it's violating your constitutional rights.
This is spectacular information, but I want to hear Alex Stein talk about aliens all night. I don't know about you guys. I still want to talk about this more.
Elon and Ashley St. Clair and like baby.
It's crazy how they.
What are we doing here?
They're like, oh,
we got one more
in
story
2025,
Elon
or
making
what was
babies
it?
on Mars. We got this from
Yeah, in
Washington Post.
2025,
Nice.
the unemployment level reached record high. It's like, yeah, well, in the past 5 years, our fucking population has ballooned like crazy.
270 to win, and show you where it gets real weird. Real weird.
And they don't really seem to,
And we can take a look at this.
Hold on.
270 to win is already using Virginia's map. Even though... Oh, I gotta reset
They don't
this.
really
Even
distinguish
though,
whether people getting
a court
jobs
has already
are
ruled it is they're not
born here
allowing it.
or foreign born.
270 to win still considers these
But
to
they
be
do
the official districts of Virginia. Can we
have
just do this?
statistics
Can you just
about
look at this? 5
men and
districts. Look at
women
this. Look at this pathetic little thing
being
right here.
employed.
Look at that. It's probably like 2 feet. There's like 2 feet of district right there. Isn't that amazing?
That's weird.
It's all water. So you've got all of these.
Because, like,
thin strips
for
stretching
example,
into
under
Fairfax
Biden,
County, so they can artificially create.
the only
5
job numbers that
Democratic
went up
seats.
were foreign
Now,
born,
Florida's gonna
and then
redistrict,
under Trump it
and
was
that's just the first
domestic
step.
one.
That map we showed in the previous
Just like
segment, I
that.
don't know if I have it pulled up still.
How it should
Do we have? Maybe it was. Where was it? Here we go. This map includes Louisiana and Florida. So if we eliminate 2 and 4, this means between these other states there are 6 seats that can be flipped. So what do you guys think? Is this hypocrisy? We're all
Alright, I'll be
complaining about
back.
Virginia. Virginia, but Republicans are doing it all the same?
Yes. I mean, technically, yes.
I mean, but this is
Literally, yes.
Isn't this the...
Louisiana has announced it is suspending its primaries for the House after the Supreme Court ruled that they had racially gerrymandered congressional districts. And now, Kathy Hochul is responding that New York will proceed, and we're off to the races. We already had this big redistricting battle. Several states were already doing this, Democrat, Republican, everybody's blaming each other. But now with the Supreme Court ruling, basically every single state has an opportunity to make an argument. They need to redistrict just before the midterm elections. Now, some prominent Democrats say it won't matter because mail-in votes have already been sent out in many of these Republican states anyway. So what are they going to do about it? The ballots are already out. Louisiana just said, so what? They've suspended the primary. They are going to redraw their maps in the 11th hour to give the Republicans 2 more seats. And Democrats are pissed, but I don't see them complaining about Virginia. So nobody really has a leg to stand on. This is it. This is the game. Take your state, take your control, turn it into a 100% Democrat or Republican state, and then we'll see who wins. Oh, what's that? Republicans are going to win. That's right. Right now, if every state were to go blue and red purely, it would be a 1-seat Republican advantage. Not particularly good, but better than Democrats losing 30. If the VRA, gerrymandered districts, are redrawn, the Republicans can capture 30 seats. Now, here's what gets crazy. Based on interstate or interstate migration, Democrats are already expected to lose something like 20 seats, some ridiculous number. You combine this with the VRA, and we are looking at the potential for a permanent Republican supermajority. I mean it, supermajority in the House, where they're going to have upwards of 30 or 40 seats above Democrats. So this is Democrats. They've got to go full-scale warfare on this one. That's why Hakeem Jeffrey said maximum warfare. And he's proposing retaliation. Now, the funny thing is, he says, oh, yeah, well, you know, Illinois, New York, and California, and everyone's already like, you've already gerrymandered those states beyond recognition. I mean, you can squeeze a little bit more out of California, but Illinois, I don't know what you can get of that thing. That's like trying to squeeze blood out of a turnip, but they'll try. And this is going to get real interesting. So we'll talk about that. Plus, big news. The DOJ has released surveillance footage from the 3rd assassination attempt. This individual surveilling the hotel, and then actual footage of him shooting a Secret Service agent. Apparently, he fired buckshot at close range. The agent was okay, just struck his vest, but you can actually see the shots fired in quick succession. So we'll talk about that, plus an earthquake at Area 51. That alongside missing scientists. Everybody's going to put those pieces together, whether they should or should not, but it'll be fun. Before we get started, my friends, got a great sponsor for you. It is Qualia Life. Creatine Plus, my friends. When we're young, our bodies naturally produce and regenerate.
Oh, I meant to ask you this a while ago. Do you know of any creatine brands that aren't fucking retardedly expensive, where I basically have to become a fucking rich person to buy it?
Creatine back in and call it a day. It needs to actually get into your cells and then be activated to do its job. That's why taking it with electrolytes helps with absorption.
What's expensive for you?
It's that simple, and it's the reason.
Well, I don't know, like the measurement of, or like the size of the actual container, but like one of those things that like, where the circle can fit in my palm, and it's like $38.99.
It's the most trusted kind of creatine. But it's not just creatine, it's the delivery system.
So like if it's a fucking like jar of peanut butter and it's $40+, then I don't think that's too expensive.
Activation as completely as Qualia Creatine Plus. Creatine is critical for energy, metabolism, cognition, and healthy aging, not just lifting like a bodybuilder. So go to qualialife.com/Timcast for 50% off.
Or like if you know,
use Timcast code, use the code Timcast, you get an extra 15% off. Hey, check that out. That's
There's one for
QUALIA.com/Timcast. Use code Timcast.
Where's that?
Thanks to Qualia for sponsoring the episode.
On Amazon.
And don't forget, you got to go to timcast.com. Click
What's
join
the name?
us to get in the Discord server.
Like the brand or whatever?
It's a community. It's a network.
Jacked Factory.
10,000 people hanging out, sharing ideas.
Do you buy that one?
And they're calling into our uncensored portion of the show every day, Monday through
I
Thursday.
had a more expensive one.
If you want to call in, talk to us.
I still haven't finished it.
Discord server. It supports the work that
Called
we do here
Naked
at Timcast,
Creatine.
and if you're lucky, like a handful of people who were, they got married. That's not even a joke. It's There's a handful of people in Discord. They met in Discord.
You
they got
said
married.
naked?
And no, they're not just guys. It's like actual women they got married to. I mean, I can't guarantee
It's $30
that, but it did happen. So check it out, timcast.com. Smash the like button.
Just
Share the show with
unflavored.
everyone. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much
500
more
grams.
is Theo Wold.
Yeah, great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Theo Wold, Trump 45 White House alum, and
I
DOJ,
technically
former
have,
Solicitor General of Idaho, and probably the best
if
thing
it's
about me, I'm
legit,
dad to 5 kids.
I'm not going to try it out.
Absolutely incredible. That is the best thing. People
I
gotta
have
babies.
like
Yeah, amen.
I've been hanging out with my daughter all day,
100
just
bottles
giggling and
of
smashing.
creatine.
Career is like awesome when you're young, but then when you're in your
China.
older years, it's like, okay, I already did it. Now what?
Well, you do both.
Trying to sell creatine on
The
Am.
second part of your life.
You do both, you know?
Fucking ordered it.
You look like a young man. When did you get started?
Just been sitting.
10 years ago.
Wow,
We had a honeymoon baby, and we've been going ever since.
Trying it
Sounds like the
though.
right way to do it.
Yeah.
So which one did you say the one you bought was called?
It'll be good to have you because we're talking about all of this gerrymandering
Naked.
stuff and the lawsuits in the
Creatine.
states, and I think you can help us out with that. So thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
A lot of here is here, of course.
White House correspondent here at Timcast, a lot of Yahoo. It's good to be here.
Looking cleanly shorn. Sorry to interrupt you there.
So it's all
The
good.
blue one?
Looking cleanly shorn. You
Yeah.
look nice.
Thank you.
A sense of shave.
Yes.
Mustache.
Is it a big bottle
He's
thing?
trying to look like his
1
hero
pound?
John
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, given the circumstances, I figured I had to
At
bring it back and
1.1.
come on strong.
What's up, bros? Ian Crossland in the house.
And
Good
it's
to
a
be here.
good
Smart
it's a
thanks.
good one. Look, it's a.
Also in the house, and let's go to
Yeah, like you can look at the reviews.
Louisiana House suspends
Is it a
House
monohydrant?
as
Pretty
red
standard.
states face pressure to redistrict. Governor Landry issued the order pausing next month's
Yeah,
primaries
it's mono.
until lawmakers can approve a new map, which could help the GOP gain 1 or 2 seats in the state this fall. Now, it's not just Louisiana following the Supreme Court ruling. Kathy Hochul moves to change the New York district map after SCOTUS ruling bans race-based gerrymandering.
Damn,
So
I
will
could
say
get
this. In the end,
flavored
if
ones
you
too.
get rid of all these VRA districts, you're looking at 20 to 30 seats gained by Republicans. Combine that with the 2030 census, we are looking at Democrats losing an additional 20 or so seats. I mean, this news is apocalyptic for Democrats. Now, I will stress this, with the news that, with the ruling from the Supreme Court, got a lot of people saying, of course, that Republicans can gain a bunch of seats. But the truth is, Democrats can as well. If there's purple or blue-controlled states, they can just argue, you know what, we should redraw our maps too, just to be sure. And if they have the political power, they're going to make that argument. This map is one of the most interesting. This is a map, if all of the states maximally gerrymandered, what it would look like. Now, to be fair, Maine probably could eliminate this red seat, but the argument for this map is Maine is fairly split. If you dilute too much of the blue,
Okay,
then
I'm just
you
gonna
might
buy
actually
2.
create 2
Just
toss-ups. In order to create
might as
maximally
well.
red and blue districts, you end up with 217 Democrat to 218 Republican, and it will just be this. No more, I live in a district and there's mixed
So I'm
representation.
gonna get
It's
one
literally just if your state
unflavored
is
and
red,
one.
you're red.
No,
If your state is
that
blue,
company.
blue.
Like the
And I
company's
really
good,
love this
or
California
have you
map
bought
people
that
are
one
showing
before?
off, because all it does is
Naked
put like
creatine?
30
No,
districts in
the
San
one
Francisco. You see
the
this?
Jacked Factory.
Every single district just touches San Francisco
That
to
one
make
I
sure it's a
haven't bought.
Democrat district.
But
And this
but
is one of
you'd
the
say
maps
it's good.
proposed by Democrats to eliminate 4 Republican
You
seats.
can look at the
So what I
reviews
will
on
say is
Amazon.
all of the news
I think
seems
it has
to be
high
good
reviews.
for Republicans going into this midterm. If
Where
they
do the
take this
reviews
action
usually
like
show
this,
up?
will they take the action?
You see the
Well, I mean, I
stars.
think that's the crucial question, and it's the initial answer here.
Oh, is
from
that at
Jeff
the bottom,
Landry
I
is
guess?
Yes, I
Or
think
the-
he's
the
already
stars?
sent this off
Okay.
for neighboring state. You know,
I guess that's a lot of reviews. 14,000. Yeah, it seems good.
Sorry, we've got some pending federal litigation. We're not going to be able to do this. So the gauntlet's thrown not just at the Democrats, but I think the other Republican governors in the Southeast by Governor Landry here. So it's a big move.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on what's going on here. I don't know if you guys have also mentioned maybe yesterday or earlier this week that Florida's also planning their own redistricting.
That would flip 4 seats.
4 seats that would.
So
flip the
apparently
GOP.
it said
You know,
since
you have
I
to imagine at the
had
end of
10
the
more
day, if
minutes
all these states go to their maximum
to,
gerrymander, as like your previous
Yeah, I know it
picture
always
or
does that.
map showed.
10 more
You have to
minutes
imagine all
for it
this just becomes a wash,
to
and we
be
just wasted a
shipped
ton
by
of
shipped
time
by
where
tomorrow
these states
or
probably
delivered by
could have
tomorrow.
been doing something better
So I wonder
past
if I'll
bills
actually
that
get it.
affects their constituents' lives in a meaningful way.
Because I was
Instead
always
of doing
told,
that, they're
or
clogging up
I always
their,
like
state government time
had
with
this
this, and I don't know,
the
you
assumption
have to
that
think it's
when
just
you,
a waste of
like,
time and
if you
resources.
intake
and, I mean, people were fundraising
creatine,
based off of this. They were ballot initiatives in some states, and
that it would
all
be
this is
harder
just a
for your
wash. It
body
just goes to show
to
how, well,
absorb
it's
it
our
after, but
citizens.
apparently it's the
I mean,
opposite.
2 seats from Louisiana.
Apparently the
Sure, well,
more you
we'll have
take,
to see what will
the
happen in the
easier
midterms ultimately if Trump avoids
can
having
absorb it.
the Democrats take over. I will say
So
though,
it's
for New York's case,
somewhere
I
I
think
heard
Kathy
like
Hochul might be,
complete opposite, because they say
wrongfully
take 20
optimistic.
grams at first and
Back
then
in
bring it down to like
2014, the
15,
New York,
10, and 5.
State House passed
Right.
a
20
constitutional law
grams?
preventing gerrymandering.
Somebody
Something
said
like-
to take
She
20
actually
grams
tried
in a
to do so
day?
in 2022, and the Supreme Court in New York shot
I
that
think
down.
I've heard that
It would
before.
then-
Yes, but
Yes,
the
but?
new Supreme Court ruling creates precedent that can be used by
wow.
Kathy
I'd
Hochul
That's
now
all-
says
that's-
they have no choice.
Well, not like,
because
well,
they have
even
to
still, like,
reassess
for
the
any
maps to
day,
make
like,
sure they're
that's
not
a
racially
lot.
gerrymandered, and then they can just argue,
Maybe I
you
could
know
actually
what?
just
Yeah,
look
say
that
you're
up.
good.
Is
Say
they
you're
find a
good.
Republican district,
Taking
too
anywhere
many
from 3 to
Hispanic
5
people,
grams
too
a
many
day.
white people. They can make any argument they want at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 7 Republican seats in New York that they
Here-
can squeeze out.
Here's the crazy thing about the ruling, is that
You're eating steak, like
what
you're
Alito
getting
said
creatine
was
from that too.
the only
So
guarantee you have as a
Yeah,
minority is
that's-
that
take
you
20
won't
grams of the
be-
powder.
they won't
That's
use race as a factor in your district.
But apparently it's good for your
Now,
brain
let's say
too, right? And I
they
think I
end
need
up
that.
redistricting in New York. Well, then
oh
someone
yeah,
who files
it's
a lawsuit
good for a lot of things.
says, "Oh no, they used race. They're just lying," and then it goes to court again to try and figure out whether they used race or not. And then New York says, "No, we did it by politics," and he's going to say, "Then how come it's got a higher proportion of black and Hispanics than white people?" So now what are they supposed to do? In order to avoid any challenge to the map, every district must be parity with nation-level statistics on ethnicity and race.
That can't happen. That's also,
not
also a
possible.
very communist way to look at things. We are all the same.
So what happens in Chicago when they say this district is majority black? It's a
Yeah.
racially gerrymandered district. So Illinois can't get really any more Democrat. To be fair, some of the maps people have made of Illinois to make it Democrat, every district is a thin vertical stripe that goes up and touches Chicago. Yeah, they could make the craziest dumb maps, but I think those wouldn't pass.
What the fuck?
But
dude?
they've already gerrymandered
There's a
to
video
limit
of this
to create
chick,
Democrat seats. I don't know how they make more
like
Democrats
in
than they already did.
ankles behind the
I
head
think the
position
interesting
with
in
like
citing Chicago as an example is
120
Democrats are also in
pounds
something of a
of
political bind with one of the
weights
leading
on her
constituencies
pelvis.
here, because there's some seats that you
What the
cannot
fuck,
reconfigure
dude?
without sacrificing black members of
Missionary
Congress.
style? Is that what you
And
mean?
so, I mean, Democrats could go to maximum.
Yeah, but she's got her legs like all the way spread out.
But you're gonna lose some of those old
That's-
school black Democrats like a Danny.
To me, if
Davis
I
or
was in the
something
gym
like that.
and I
With
saw
Benny
that
Thompson in
and I
Mississippi,
worked
for
there,
example,
or
he's gonna lose
like
his
the
seat.
manager,
So
I'm kicking
I
you
think,
out.
yeah, when you're looking at the Illinois map,
Look at this Illinois map.
it's insane. But there's also going to be a lot of pressure
So
on
what is that
Democrats,
supposed to
especially in New
exercise?
York, to keep some of those safe black members of Congress in some
The
type
only
of
thing
seat,
I can
even if
think
it's
of
not
is
a
ankles
majority
behind the
black
head.
Can we just talk about how insane that is? That imagine, Democrats come to you and they say, "Hey, we're going to make it so your district is all black people," and you're a black guy and you're like, "But I'm a big fan of Thomas Sowell, and the guy across the street is a communist who wants to vote for communism. How are we going to share a representative when our political values are totally different?" It doesn't matter. You're both black. That's the Democrat strategy. That's their ethos. That's insane. What brings you all together is not whether you understand, agree with, or disagree on policy. It's your skin. That's what Democrats are saying with the VRA.
I do think, I mentioned this last night, I think that it came from a place where when they were block busting and like all the rich white guys would take like 18 blocks of nice area and they'd say, "No, black people can't move in."
Is the one you buy flavored or unflavored?
Redlining, thank you, redlining. And then
Creatine.
I think my body's unflavored.
Would you say you should look for anything specific, like in the ingredients or things that it has?
So then the lawmakers like, "Look, we have to."
Because you know how you said like for vitamin D with like the IUs or whatever.
But I think it's gone too far. Over decades and decades,
So like a certain number or percentage of something I should look for.
What makes
Because
your
I'm completely
voice
new to
is
creatine.
your race. That was always silly to say.
Yeah, it was supposed to be your
Well, that one you got is just
Well, it's not necessarily location.
I think it's just
Geography does
pure
play a role, but it's
creatine
economics.
monohydrate.
It's economic standing. It
If
is
there's
industry.
anything else in
So what
the
they do with these maps, I mean, let's pull up
Is
this
there something
Illinois
different in
proposed
yours?
map. To gerrymander Illinois, make it all Democrat. This is the proposed map. I don't think anyone's seriously considering this because it would never get passed. But the people down here near
well, if you got like one of the flavored ones, there's probably like citric acid or like sucralose
into
artificial
Chicago.
I got
flavors.
the lime flavored
And the
one.
guy who lives south of East St. Louis have very little in common economically.
Oh, there's going to be some citric acid in that. And
they're not voting for things together. So there's a
That's
proposed
it.
map for
Nothing
Louisiana
else.
after this gerrymander, which makes a lot of sense. The whole coastal region.
so like, there's nothing kind of
is a district. Why?
there's nothing that like makes or breaks
so
it.
Seafood industry,
Like
oil industry.
with vitamin D.
Coastal erosion. So they're
capsules.
going to vote based on things. And guess what? If you're a black guy and your neighbor's a white guy,
Wait, are you
and
still
next to
talking
him
about
is an Asian guy, and next to him
creatine, or are you talking about vitamin
No,
pills?
no, no. So I'm trying to give you a comparison. Remember how you said that you bought certain capsules, specific ones online because they have more IUs per capsule?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I mean. Are there any companies or anything I should look for, like IUs?
That's what brings people together in terms of their
But like
interests that need to be
in
represented in
creatine,
Congress.
no,
When a
there's no
congressman goes to
equivalent.
the federal government and says, my district needs money.
Yeah, I don't think
With
there's any
this map in
equivalent.
Illinois,
It's
they're gonna
just
say, what do you need money for? And they're going to go, gay race communism?
fucking
Is that
creatine.
representing anybody? No. But if you actually broke it down by, say, like farmland, they're going to be like, we need funding for, machinery subsidy, corn subsidy, or something like that, whether you agree or not. They're all going to come together and say, our district, we all work in the same area, we have similar values, this person represents us, and they're going to go to Congress for us.
If this map, this Illinois map, were real, would that mean that all the Republican voters then, when they vote for their representative, they have to vote for a Democrat? How does this work?
Yes.
So they,
they don't have.
It means that your Republican candidate will only ever get 30%.
Exactly.
only ever 30% of what?
Of the vote in your district.
Yeah, I mean, you would have Republican candidates, but they'd be annihilated in the general election.
But what if 60% of one of these blue local
They're not. That's why
wanted
they're
to
blue.
vote Republican?
Notice, Ian, that each district is a thin strip that goes into Chicago.
So this is just a color indicates the majority of the people in that zone are leaning.
Yes, that's why it's all blue.
Election map.
And the middle one is light blue, indicating it's probably 55% Democrat, so you'll never really get a Republican winner. The idea is every vote south of Chicago on the far right strip going down, this strip right here, every single person from this point down is a Republican. But in Chicago, there's 200,000 Democrats. So when it comes to elections, the Democrats win the district every single time.
So then if you just made Chicago its own zone and gave it like 12 seats or I don't know, whatever.
That's what they actually do.
Every proportion. All the farmers have their one representative.
And that's how it was in Illinois for a long time. Southern Illinois, and they, in the last redistricting, eliminated most of the Republican agricultural-based seats. So this is just a maximalist move for what Democrats in Illinois have already done. And I think Tim is right. Like, you kind of look at it, it's like, how much more can you get out of it? Because they've already done a version of this. Nothing as obscene as that. But
So here's Illinois now, and you can take a look at Chicago, and you can see they've actually kind of done this. So, why is the first district stretching this little tiny portion right into Chicago like that? Yeah. What's the point of doing that? To make it a Democrat seat. So then you can take a look at Rockford. I love this. Rockford's up here, and you stretch all the way around and down to Bloomington. What is this? It's because they want the city of Bloomington and Normal. We call it Bloomington Normal. They want that to be in the same district as Rockford because it increases the amount of Democrats above 50% to guarantee they always win.
I don't even have any skins
And then my favorite, of
to
course.
fucking change into,
Well,
man.
the other one was my favorite. This was my next
SARS,
big
I
favorite.
know.
13. Same thing. Slicing through rural southern
Well,
Illinois
this
farmland.
the one that I have is just a
St. Louis,
classic
Belleville,
skin,
with Springfield,
like one
Decatur,
of the
and
default
Champaign-Urbana
ones.
to lump all of these tiny urban centers into one district to justify a Democrat majority district. Because here's the reality. Outside of Springfield, this whole chunk, they got a lot in common with each other. Not with Springfield, though. Same thing with all these cities. If they just broke these up like normal blocks based on farmland industry, there would be no Democrat seats. They have already gerrymandered to oblivion. I mean, if they want to try and go ham with it and do something like this, that'll never get through a court, but that'd be hilarious if they tried.
Theo, what's your, I kind of guess, reaction to these hardball politics and the escalation that we're seeing in it?
yeah, I mean, I think Tim said this the other day, where you take the Democrats at their word, which is it's maximum warfare, as the speaker in waiting, Hakeem Jeffries, said. And I think this gets back to the question of, like, are Republicans actually going to exercise the will to maximize their advantage here? Which is, you got to understand what does the game look like now? And the Democrats see what's coming, which is if you stop counting illegals in the census, if you actually eliminate race-based districts, these majority-minority districts, and if you stop some of the gimmicks that they played with election integrity rules in the 2020 and in some places in the 2024 election, a lot of the illegitimate electoral gains from Democrats, it just vanishes overnight. And then you tie in there, like as you mentioned, Tim, the great sort, where you have people leaving places like Orange County, California, they're moving like where I'm at in Boise, Idaho, or they're leaving Seattle and they're going to places like Montana. We are right now as a country sorting ourselves. Sadly, I mean, this may offend some people, but we're sorting ourselves ideologically.
Geographic hyperpolarization. But I see somebody in the chat. They said, Tim, the Republicans are doing the exact same thing. False. Let me show you. So this is 270 to win, and we can take a look at the new Virginia map, and you'll notice congressional districts all in Fairfax County. They actually did the meme. We were joking about Illinois. This is what they did in Virginia to eliminate 4 Republican seats. They made all of them go into one urban environment where there's a high density of Democrats so that they could eliminate 4 seats. Now I want to show you this. This is where the fight began. So I got a correction from last night. Shout out to Sinoski in the Discord for correcting this. This begins in 2020 with the census. Following the census, Texas decided to redistrict based on the new population numbers and population movement. The Biden DOJ filed a lawsuit blocking the 2021 redistricting, which was on time, arguing the new districts were racially discriminatory. Now, one could argue they are or they aren't, but either way, this fight began. When the Trump administration got in, one of the first things they did was they dropped that legal battle. Now, for the first time, Texas was able to finish its redistricting. And thus they did. The Texas Tribune, DOJ drops fight against Texas political maps as Trump administration retreats from voting rights cases.
Whoa,
the
let me see what you
principal
are.
argument made by the Biden DOJ over racism was not even that they were eliminating seats to create new Republican seats. It's that it made existing Republican seats slightly more red, making them less competitive for Democrats. Again, they did not create new seats. They made less competitive seats. For this reason, the DOJ froze via lawsuit their ability to redistrict. When the Trump administration got in,
part of the legacy skin.
Texas was now free to drop a new map. This, and I incorrectly stated, many have been saying, was the Trump administration pressuring them to draw new maps mid-decade. Technically, that's true, but it's not the basis for why it all began. The Trump administration said, we're dropping this lawsuit, and you've got several gerrymandered districts. You can't do that. Texas said, okay. Now they were finally able to drop new maps. The Trump administration did make the argument they can't do racially gerrymandered districts, so they need to change. Then Democrats said, oh yeah? And they start doing the same thing. Or I should say they start doing worse, because again, when you go 270 to win, eliminating 4 Republican districts by putting 5 districts in one city is psychotic. And you can see they've done it. Democrats wanted to play hardball. Here's the truth. Both the Democrats and the Republicans made the VRA play in 2020. The Biden DOJ made the move against Texas in 2021 when they tried to redistrict, triggering the legal battle targeting the Voting Rights Act. Over the 4 years of Biden, all of these individuals in these states were preparing for this. The moment the Trump administration backed off and the arguments had already made it to the Supreme Court, every red state was prepared to launch their salvo. Now, Democrats have a plan. We'll just see if that plan does anything.
I think the other thing here that's is missed is the opinion from Justice Alito. I mean, the Democrats and the far left, Mark Elias, and those guys are hyperventilating about this. But the decision doesn't say that Section 2 of the VRA is gone and obliterated as they maintain. It just says, as Tim noted a moment ago, you can't use race as the sole basis for drawing congressional districts. The old rules about it being compact, communities of interest, that, and as Justice Alito said, partisanship, all of those things can be factors for drawing seats. And I often say, look, this is a lot like the judicial nomination wars, where, we nuke the filibuster, you nuke the filibuster, and when you go back and you actually do the archaeological dig on this, the left started this fight back in the Obama administration. You guys remember all this?
What do you think?
Independent redistricting commissions. They did it in Arizona through a ballot initiative. They did it in California. And every time the so-called independent members, you have like 5 Democrats, 5 one swing vote. Every time the independent ended up being a Democrat plan. For example, in New Jersey, where it was an independent commission, the member of that redistricting commission was a professor at Princeton who at the time was a registered independent. He's now running for Congress as a Democrat. And the product of those redistricting commissions were maps that always favored Democrats.
Yeah, dog.
Damn, dog.
So they were at this, again, a long time before Republicans got wise. And then the litigation started under the VRA for what we call covered jurisdictions in places like Texas. So the war goes back, again, as many things do, to the Obama
administration. I think it's difficult when we get into the finger pointing of who started this. I actually think what you're referencing is going to be before what I even mentioned now, but Mitch McConnell blocking Merrick Garland. Even allowing a vote on that. Yeah. And then I believe nuking the filibuster for Supreme Court nominations with only doing a simple majority for Gorsuch. And then also allowing Amy Coney Barrett to get in, despite it being an election year, which is the reason why he cited for not letting the Merrick Garland vote proceed too. Yeah. So, I think Democrats would also argue that they have a lot to point at, and if it's tit for tat, then it's just going.
For sure, but even look at that. So the actual judicial nomination wars start in the Obama presidency when he nuked the filibuster for appellate court judge nominees, and they stacked the DC circuit, which is right. So it's you can look at Garland, but the actual story was when they put 3 Democrat nominees forward when they knew they didn't have the vote, so they obliterated the judicial filibuster nomination process then. And so I think again I don't want to over-index on the Obama problems, but the redistricting wars start under Obama. And I'll just note, what was Eric Holder's job when he left the Obama White House, when he left the Obama administration?
Head chef.
He was the head
Not
of the
happy
National
with that, dog?
Commission.
The issue is you can go back. It's a Hatfields and McCoys. It goes back to the Civil War.
Totally.
And it goes pre-Civil War. There was talk of Civil War in this country in 1820, and then it took 40 years because things were a lot slower back then, with communication being a lot slower back then. You can trace back every tit for tat.
West Virginia is a redistricting of Virginia.
West Virginia should not exist. One of the dirtiest things. You guys know how West Virginia came to exist?
That was just presidential fiat. We're just putting the Unionists here, and we're going to make it its own state.
They, when the Civil War started, and Virginia called up all of its young men to come fight and defend Virginia, whatever you think about the secession is not the point. Nobody was here to vote. The only people who stayed, they were like, okay, let's have a vote while all the men have left. And the remaining people voted not to go to war. Because they were like, I don't want to go fight. Everyone else went to go fight. When these young men came back, they found out they were in a different state now. And then Virginia filed a lawsuit at the Civil War saying, that's just Virginia. That's our territory. And they said, nope. That's a different state now. You don't get it, you lose your territory.
Dirty centralization of authority right there.
Oh, I mean, if you go back to Obama started redistricting, then the argument's going to be made, yeah, but the Republicans, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah.
during did the Bush admin do much in the redistricting era?
No, because I think one thing that people have missed as well in this national discussion about redistricting is the ability to use precision data tools, both on micro-targeting and then also the map analysis. That's totally new. And Alito mentions this in his opinion, which is you can get a map like Tim was showing on Illinois, because you can literally run 300 different permutations through the software of how you are parsing individual houses and neighborhoods. And that just didn't exist to that level of precision until...
So Obama starts redistricting, but Obama's administration also targeted the Tea Party and did a bunch of things like this. And the argument they'll make is, no, this is the Republicans, when they were in power, they cheated and stole the election and then rammed everything through. So as soon as Democrats came back in, they said, we can make sure they can't do what they did again in 2012. Because in 2000, because you had Republicans for 8 years, then Obama gets in and they said, how do we stop Republicans from stealing an election again?
Yeah,
then you want to go back before that. You'll keep going back in time nonstop all the way. Things were a little bit more chill in the 90s, but then you can go back to, you get back to, what was it, the 50s, the incumbents all got purged. You can go back to civil rights era, the Democrats are accused of switching or whatever. You go back to Jim Crow, everybody's pointing at each other having done something wrong.
General question, I know you're not allowed to drop districts based on race now, but what if they just say, no, it wasn't because they were black, it was because they were Democrat?
I
Yes,
think that's the argument they made, exactly.
So then no districts will have to be redrawn at all if that's the case. They'll just say, no, it was never about race, it was always about their political affiliation.
Alito's
Yeah, I mean, I think that one way of reading the opinion is partisanship is totally an acceptable criteria for drawing districts. It so happens, especially in places in the South, like there's almost a one-to-one between skin color and party registration. So, but I think if you were to say, hey, we just want a Democrat vote sync here, if you control the governorship and the state legislature, more power to you. You can do that.
So here's a question I have. Right now, in, I think Mississippi has hinted they're going to redraw their map. For some of these other states, they've got. So let's look at the map real quick. Let me reset the map and then show you guys down here. These are these Democrat districts are presumed to be what's called VRA districts. These three right here, especially. They may be able to redraw one right here that will be Democrat. I believe this one right here is considered to be gerrymandered by race.
That's Benny Thompson's seat. Yep.
Yeah. So, what will be the basis under the Supreme Court ruling that the states will do?
God, you're building like 50 different things.
Yeah, I think should a ruling. Yeah, I think it's what you mentioned at the outset, Tim, which is like you're gonna have state governors who say, "Look, we gotta comply. We gotta comply with this new case precedent, and we're gonna look at the whoops, we've got." You know, Benny Thompson's seat is a perfect example of this. It's a little bit more compact than what you see in leftist blue states, but those are separate communities of interest. You go up north, you know, those are farming communities. It wraps in Jackson, Mississippi, to the capital, which is an urban Democrat vote sync. So I think what Governor Tate, Reeves, or others will say is, hey, this is new law, and we are in violation of a Supreme Court ruling. We've got to actually sit down and redraw this.
But without a challenge, can they just abruptly say it?
Yeah, they can, for sure. Oh, and I think Landry is showing you.
Let's say they don't want to. Let's say they're like, we don't want to do this. What if someone in those districts files suit and says that I am in a district that was in violation of it? That would trigger it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the other part of this story is not all of this is going to play out this year. I mean, the maximum advantage that Republicans may ultimately get out of this is going to be next year.
Nice.
Election and probably for the 2030.
Nice.
So I think the one takeaway from this week, both with the Justice Alito redistricting wars are here to stay because both parties are now trying to lock in real electoral advantages. But again, as you said, Tim, Democrats are looking at a pretty apocalyptic future. We're looking at potentially like LBJ era 1960. Democrats had enormous numbers in the House and in the Senate. There's a real possibility by the end of the 2030 census, when you're looking at 2032, Republicans could have anywhere between 40 to 50 seat advantage.
Let's jump to this. This is from the Brennan Center, and they say how state seats in the U.S. could change after the next census. At the halfway point in the decade, newly released census data points to continued shifts in representation after the 2030 census. So for those that are just tuning in, what we've been talking about, and in the previous segments, with the Supreme Court ruling on the VRA, Republicans could gain reasonably 12 seats if they so choose. However, if every single racially gerrymandered district was erased, it's around 20 to 30 congressional seats. But wait, there's more. The census is coming up in 2030, so this redistricting battle will not just be happening right now. In 2030,
Placing wheelchair accessible.
California will lose 4 seats. Texas will gain 4 seats. New York will lose 2. PA loses 1. Illinois loses 1. Wisconsin, 1. Minnesota, 1. Oregon, 1. We see Idaho, Utah, and Arizona each gaining a seat. You see North Carolina and Georgia gaining a seat. You see Florida gaining 3 seats. And you
it is
see
not
Rhode
designed to be
So
wheelchair
they only
accessible.
have 2 seats anyway. So they're going to 1. They're going to an at-large district. So this is going to be, we've got 8, we're at 8, 9, 10. We've got 13 seat swing. And this is a 26 vote difference now. Because they lose 13, Republicans gain 13. Add in the VRA 12. We are looking right now being modest in the next 4 years. This is going to be probably by 2032 when this takes effect. If everything plays out, Republicans will have a 24-seat majority.
Just built in, without swing seats or any of that. And I think what's interesting here about this map is under the old reading of Section 2 of the VRA, even some of those seats that California would lose and, say, Texas would gain, they're not necessarily going to become Republican seats because you're still going to have to draw majority black seats in Houston. Now, with this Supreme Court opinion, those are basically you're transferring blue Democrat seats in California to what will become red Republican seats in Texas.
Right. So one of the conversations that came up with the COVID exodus we saw, a lot of people were leaving New York, Florida, and now with all the weird tax policy they're doing, which is absolutely hilarious. Washington just, was it Seattle, just had buyed all the rich people. The concern was, if a bunch of blue people moved to a red area, would they not turn that area red? In fact, no. So if you've got 500,000 people leaving Manhattan, the initial reaction what people said was, and this is first order thinking, well, 500,000 people are going to shift the makeup of another district. Yeah, but those 500,000 people are dispersing in different areas. Maybe 40,000 go to Connecticut. Maybe 30,000 go to West Virginia. Maybe 100,000 went to Florida. When those 100,000 enter a district that is R+7, they only shift at maybe 2 points Democrat. So those votes are getting diluted, meaning New York's actually going to be worse off. The Democrats nationally not only are losing seats, they're losing urban concentration as people spread out. The people who are moving from California, Texas aren't going to the same city for the most part. Many might. But then it gets better because even the people from California who move to Austin, they can just gerrymander Austin and say it's liberal. There you go.
That's what I'm wondering about this. If it's legal to gerrymander by political affiliation, can't they run like an AI algorithm to see all the voter rolls, all the addresses, and then after the fact be like, we're going to draw, because we can't do it by race anymore, we're going to specifically draw 14 Democrat districts, and they're going to draw little snakes, and it'll be totally legal because it's only by political affiliation. But like back in the day, they didn't know people's affiliation until they went to vote. So you were building the district before you found out who was in it. Now you can know ahead of time and pre-plan the district. It seems like the whole system is now malfunctioned.
There you go. The map we showed in the last segment. This is exactly what you're describing.
So this is if every state maximizes.
So this is the argument being made here is that the end result of the gerrymandering war is every red state maximizes for red, every blue state maximizes for blue.
I think, and the two wrinkles here would be to maximize your advantage in redistricting, you got to hold the trifecta. You got to hold both chambers of the state legislature, except for Nebraska, and you got to hold the governorship. So something like Nevada, you see that there. You got a red northern district based out of Reno, and then the southern, so the two seats there in the south, which are based around Clark County and Las Vegas. But if there's a Republican governor, it's going to be really hard for the Democrats in the legislature to maximize those seats. Probably stay 50-50 swing seats like they are now. The other thing I think, what Tim was just laying out, the breadcrumb trail there leads to an obvious conclusion, which is this is why Democrats are flooding the nation with mass immigration.
Yep.
Because the great sort that is happening, it turns out, even if every Yankee who leaves Long Island and moves to North Carolina is still an unrepentant liberal, it kind of gets washed out, and they don't actually pick up the real vote share. And I'll say, just as a footnote, we track this pretty closely in Idaho, and what we see actually is the folks who are leaving California, Washington State now with the imposition of the income tax, when they're moving to Idaho, they're actually shifting both the ideological window, but also the registration more Republican. These are people who were sort of suffering under blue state policies, and they're like, I'm happy to be in free Idaho.
Now here's the best part. The end result of this beyond the midterm is, any guesses?
Electoral college.
What is it?
Electoral college.
Well, yes, but after that, right? So any guess on what the end of all of this will be? If we take everything happening to its natural conclusion, I'm not saying it happens in 5 years. Elon, is that what you think?
Wow, that's like saying that.
No, that's what he was going for.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. As moderates in New York flee, what happens is congressional seats not only get broken up, but the existing seats become hyper-partisan left. So in a district, let's say you have Manhattan, and you've got a lot of conservatives. Let's say you have 36% who live in Manhattan that are they're Republican. They know
where's the fucking
like, for instance, my
goddamn fire pit, dog?
I grew up Catholic to a public servant dad, and we lived in an area where it was like union working class guys. But my dad was a conservative, but we always voted Democrat. Why?
Every union really does.
Well, what are you voting for? You're voting to lose? No, you vote for the
What
Democrat.
do you do?
Doug, it's a goddamn.
Primary comes up. Union family walks in and says, "Don't vote for the weird suit-wearing commie. Vote for the working class rolled-up sleeves Democrat." The primary was what really mattered. Well, those moderates,
We
people
must
like me
defend
left.
this
So
position.
now, the primary happens
Dog,
again.
you want to go to the other towers, dog?
Rolled up sleeves saying we're here for the working class. But all their voters have left, and all that's left is commies. So the commie wins the primary. Basically, right now, in every district, the primary is trying to sort the political party, the boundaries, and then finding the middle. It's not necessarily
That's the
intentional how they
point,
do it, but what happens
dog.
is you go to a district, the furthest left you go,
You
you've got
done
hardcore
fucked up
communists,
real
and the furthest
good,
right, you go to the
man.
Democrat Party, you have like moderate libs who hate Trump. So the candidate who wins panders to both the most to generate the most amount of votes. Eliminate the moderates. That moderate guy could only get 20% of the votes he used to get. The communist now panders to the socialists and the communists, and now you get a communist member of Congress. This is both geographic and governmental hyperpolarization. With these seats moving, you will see more staunch Republicans in Congress and more squad members in Congress. You will also then have states ideologically opposed to extreme degrees, like Oklahoma banning abortion outright and Colorado legalizing abortion to the point of birth. The end result of this is you will have states with things that are legal that shock the conscience, that bleed over between each other. You will end up with, and I'm saying this as a joke to make the most extreme examples, gay race communist by mandate in, Colorado, and the Handmaid's Tale in Oklahoma, and then eventually they start fighting with each other because these ideologies will clash, because there's proximity. The hyperpolarization, I don't know how you break it up, but what we're watching with internal migration, as well as gerrymandering, redistricting. Look, if you live in Virginia and they just took away your district and they're putting a Democrat in charge of where you live, a lot of people are going to say, I don't want to live in a place where the Attorney General said my children should die, and they're going to try and trans my kids. We should consider moving out of the state.
You're going to see a lot of people move to West Virginia.
Indeed, which is already 86% Trump supporting. Recommend it.
Another potential future that I've been thinking about lately is that, the two-party system may change. It may be that, like, the Republican Party splits in half and the Democrat Party splits in half, and we have a four-party system for a short period of time.
Dog, I'm building an IMAX.
Good question. I don't know if this redistricting thing would.
I don't disagree with you. I don't necessarily agree though, but I do want to your point, in agreement.
Looks lit, dog. Wait, you can actually have screens in this game, right?
Geographic hyperpolarization. It
I don't know.
questionable to think that in a place like West
Dog,
Virginia,
you should fucking
you
try
have
to see
someone
if you
like
can.
me, an exile from Illinois or from New York, who was like, these people are fucking nuts. So I come to West Virginia and I say, firstly, I don't want to interfere with what the locals want to do. I'm here as a guest. I will build a life here. I hope that you respect my voice, but I also don't want to trample on
Dog,
your
how do
traditions,
we
what you've
get
built
back
here as
up
longtime
there,
residents.
dog?
But you will then get the far right element, and I put that in air quotes, meaning staunch, hardcore local will form a right wing, and the moderate right wing will form the state's left wing. So basically, when you say four parties, imagine you get a big cluster of southern states that are just deep red.
It's supposed to be Casterly Raw.
And the neocon.
No.
You've just described Idaho. There you go. That is the politics.
Because it's a fucking.
Who come in are right, and the old guard sort of rhino establishment is sort of the moderate, and the fight is often for.
Dog, I bought some pudding, chocolate pudding, and it tastes like plastic, dog.
And I think one thing you'll see in
Yeah,
places
dude.
like Mississippi is you might
it tastes
actually
like
end up
fucking
with some victories
garbage.
for the neocons because those
Could've got Dairy Queen, dude.
I mean, the game theory it plays out where like, well,
Oh, yeah, I lied.
in the Republican primary, and that way I can get a
Probably
slightly
got more
less
Dairy
contested
Queen
form
a couple days ago.
more interested in catering to my interests and my vote. So it may
I just ate a bit too much that day. I've never given up Dairy Queen, though.
I think Tim's account
Like, I want to get that deal, but dude, the fucking calories that's gonna be,
over-index on ideology for drawing these districts.
Bro, I feel like I look more muscular now.
With the Jamal Bowman race a couple years ago. Yep. You're going to see the
That's a Dairy
moderate
Queen.
Democrat just totally annihilated in the primary.
It's like you were saying in Idaho, you've got the moderate Democrats that are basically in between the hard right and the old school Republicans. In New York,
Whoa.
you had Republican seats that were considered
What
kind of
happened?
when the moderate New York residents left, all that's left are Orange
What
Man
the
Bad and
fuck?
communist. So when the primary happens, that moderate Democrat who tried to hold things together to compete,
Whoa.
he's gone. They don't need it anymore. They're 60% socialist now. It's squad all the way, baby. So back to your point, Ian,
Guys running in fucking.
technically there will be 4 parties in that there will be a hard right and an old right, but they will all be unified against the other. So the country is going to break up into this silly map right here, and then what ends up happening is this chunk is completely at war with this chunk, and I mean figuratively. When it comes to national level politics, all of these people are going
This
to be
building
like,
fucking
those people
collapsed under its own weight.
removed from what we believe. They are evil, dangerous. We're right at the point, Democrats and Republicans call each other evil for a variety of reasons. We're already at the point where Democrats want to trans kids, Republicans don't. Democrats want abortion to birth, Republicans want to ban abortion. So the extreme ends are there where it's night and day. There is no more, can we compromise? It is, these people have pushed abortion to the point of birth, and we don't want abortion at all. That's not stopping. We will get to a point where it's even further than this. You know, when we're watching the news out there before the show, we got 4 channels on one screen, and you can watch MS Now, and CNN and Fox News at the same time, and you can see the bifurcated reality in both, and it is insane. MS Now can't go 10 seconds without saying the word Trump, and this is what's crazy to me. Criticize Fox News as biased. They talk about a bunch of different things.
Kill somebody.
Even CNN talks about a bunch of different things. I would argue that Fox News and CNN are left and right. CNN is left-lived, Fox News is right conservative, and MS Now is psychopath, cult, Antifa, lunacy. You watch CNN, and I'm watching CNN, and they're saying things like, the war in Iran has led to an increase in gas prices. We're joined now by, you know, an expert in foreign policy, and he says, well, the Iranians, their strategy is going to be this, and I think Trump is making a big mistake here. But when you look at what, and I'm like, okay, like obviously this is a war, Trump's involved, I got no problem with it. Turn on Fox News, and they're saying, look.
Yo, dog, can I ask you to do an impression, dog?
You turn on MS Now. Trump.
I guess, but I don't know if I'll be able to oblige, whatever this word is.
It's an easy one.
It's literally just, I gotta be honest.
A deaf person screaming.
We should do this. Elad, here's a plan. Let's hear it. The channel is just a 24/7 live stream where it's a Trump pinata being whacked with a stick.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Clip after clip after clip. Just you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
I feel like I'd be too
Nice.
critical of that.
Guys, you don't need to hear me say anything. We all
Give it your best.
just watch me for the next 2 hours. this Trump pinata with a stick. MS Now will lose all their viewers to you.
Halloween special, you burn the Trump effigy. You make so much money, and especially the largest media markets in the country.
How about just do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression when he's yelling?
Come on, I'm here, kill me, come on.
There you
Do
go.
it.
Just say,
You did 2 things at once right there, dude.
What'd I do?
Is it going to be
Sound like a deaf person yelling. Scream.
Nice.
Yes.
Come on, I'm here.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, this is like this story is played out over the last 20 years, right? I mean, George Bush was the incarnation of everything that was unholy.
I actually
evil,
don't
Satan,
remember how deaf
Nazi,
people talk.
And now it's like, oh, well, he's actually a good guy. He tells good jokes. We love seeing baseball with him, right? This is
Well, they sound like they're whispering. They sound completely fucking retarded.
Like their tongues are all fucked up in the back of their throat.
DeSantis was crushing it in Florida, and he
Something like that.
I remember sitting down.
At least that's what I imagine they sound like. I feel like I've heard a deaf person
out of the gate. He's the guy.
talk before, and it sounded weird.
Worse than Trump. It was insane because they said Trump is racist. Then they said Trump is the worst racist. Then Trump is
It was just like somehow, like how some blind people, they don't realize they're cross-eyed.
Gone for a year, and DeSantis comes in, and they go, DeSantis is actually worse than Trump, and I'm like,
that's always weirded me out.
now Hitler's
Like,
down
do you
here,
not,
and
like,
DeSantis is all the
do
way
your
up here.
eyes
based on
not
what you've been doing
feel
rhetorically.
weird,
I
like
think the
your
argument they made
muscles
was
are
like,
sore? I don't know.
Do you guys remember the Don't Say Gay bill that they tried to fearmonger?
I mean, don't say straight?
Don't Say Straight bill that they tried to fearmonger.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, we call it
Why don't you go ask a blind person who's cross-eyed that?
could not discuss
You fucking piece of shit.
relationships with children. And considering most people are in straight relationships, it was actually barring teachers from talking about their heterosexual coupling. So I actually think it benefited gay people.
That's what made it at the time.
Yeah. And they were dancing in hallways.
And the fight with Disney.
Don't say gay.
Oh yeah.
Good job, dog. You fucking did nothing at all.
Dog, there are 3 signs. Courtyard dog. Tell me what they say.
Republicans and
The message from God.
No, I don't care. Like, I think Republicans are right. You think Democrats are right. Can we just argue? I will do everything to maximize the power of my political party.
No, we have to have pretense.
No.
So when you're using the airwaves, you have to have an air of pretense.
What do you think God is trying to tell you, dude?
When the world's listening, you gotta do that in the background. There's spy satellites.
But nobody's falling for it. It's
talking,
like,
dude.
it's the cringest thing
No.
ever. To, you know, remember when Deepwater Horizon happened in the Gulf, the oil spill? And the CEO's like, we're terribly sorry. Like, nobody believes you and nobody cares. I'd respect you more if you came out and said, you know, obviously we're going to clean it up. We're going to pay a fine for this. It'll be a slap on the wrist. It'll kill untold amounts of sea life. We're not going to stop. And we're sorry only because the malfunction happened. We're not morally or ethically sorry at all. And we're going to keep going. I'd be like, okay.
Whoa, I just broke my fucking legs.
Then hear the harsh reality of truth, and they're like, no, just tell me a sweet lie and let me go back to my game or whatever.
This happened this week when the those old tweets from Mallory McMorrow came out, and she has essentially what you're describing here. One of her tweets said, well, the future is the ring. And not the horror film, but she was like, you know, the coasts will break off and they'll join with Mexico and Canada, and they'll basically just napalm what's left in the middle.
Let's pull this up. We got some CNN. This is massive. Make me miss California. Deleted tweets. Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow disparaged Middle America. So she's in Michigan.
Dog, just realize you're a fucking speck of a speck on a fucking speck of dirt floating in space, so none of your problems are real, okay? Your back, it doesn't exist, alright? There's no such thing as back pain. Alright? There's no such thing as depression. There's no such thing as being single. Alright? It's all an illusion, alright? So what you're feeling right now, it doesn't even exist, okay?
It's all a product of the mind. I already know that, dog.
What is it, Canadian states?
No, your mind doesn't even exist, dog. It's infinitesimal, small, beyond comprehension, dog.
What if I create something that can destroy like 7,000 million galaxies at once?
Nah. Well, you haven't.
This is the proposed fracturing, or actually one of them.
You haven't, and you won't, alright? You're gonna fucking live out your life on this dirt ball, and you're gonna fucking enjoy it because I told you to, okay?
Nice.
And we would take Alberta.
Another one of his fits, dude.
So again, this is 20 years
What are you talking about? It's just one burp, dude.
In 2004, of breaking away of the United States fracturing.
I fucking burp once. Oh, yeah, he's in a fit. Oh, you're gonna fucking go in a fit.
Oh, it just fucking reminds me of that, dude. It's funny.
In Michigan, she has to pretend to like Michigan.
Yeah, dude, it's funny watching a man, listening to a man listen to his body.
Yeah, it's funny.
He didn't even want to, I think, celebrate the killing of
Piece of shit.
or the Ayatollah, rather.
What was your question?
He didn't want to upset his Arab Muslim base.
Was he the guy who campaigned?
I can't even remember. Did I ask a question or did I make a statement?
Account of roughly 6,000 posts,
properly.
including all of her tweets prior to 2020. Andrew Kaczynski noted this came after the post's April 2025.
What the fuck are you trying to defend against, dude? Like, this fucking thing is high enough. Nobody's fucking coming into this castle, dude. What the fuck is your problem?
I like snowboarding and skiing, but where
What the fuck is your problem?
I have to defend against them, dog.
Coming from a warm place, moving to a cold place, and she hates it. There are days like these that make me miss California even more, she said in 2017.
You can't defend against what you can't fucking see, dog.
Michigan and Texas, and Middle America. She wrote in the since deleted tweet.
She's just lip posting.
She said
it sounds
amicably, but come on, that can't, you know, you don't have, there's no such thing as a peace.
Why is it linked to a gone
tweet? We learned that in the 1850s.
Indeed. You know, I'd actually respect her tremendously if she just said all these things and left the tweets up.
Totally. But it's exactly right. She's running as the moderate, so she's got to delete them because that's her lane, right? I wouldn't say anything ridiculous. I think the other thing that came out of this story is a lot of those tweets she deleted talked about her participating in the 2016 Dem primary out in California when she supposedly was already living and registered in Michigan. So potential election fraud that she
See, you know, I'd have a lot more respect for Graham Plattner if, like, when they came out and said, hey, by the way, there's a Nazi tattoo on your chest. And if you went, yeah, I'd be like, okay, you know, all right. Instead, he's like, is that what that is?
Oh, there's a sheep in your courtyard.
I have no idea. Legit, I'm not even
Dog,
joking.
you know what that's
When
there
they
for,
called
dog?
out Democrat frontrunner for the Senate in Maine, Graham Plattner's
Fucking
literal
kill
totem
it.
comp on his chest, he went, is that what that is? I just thought it was a skull. Beats me. That is nuts.
This is why Fetterman's probably like one of the more honest.
Seriously.
Yeah, where he was saying today, dude's just an asshole. Platter's just a straight
Whoa,
up asshole.
what the fuck is that?
Because he's not truthful about anything, and what did he blame it on? The tattoo ultimately was like his he was like his insignia or something. It was popular.
Spear dog. Then you can run with it and then attack.
Spear tattoos, and you got
That's pretty cool.
You can make fucking
I got a
spears.
question about that though. Like, what tattoo parlor did you go to where they had a totem comp available for choice?
They fucking add to this game.
I've read reporting that his staff actually confronted him about it, and they were clear that he knew what it was. Like, he calls himself a World War II history buff. Like, it's hard to pretend you don't know what that is when you say, you know, you know a lot about World War II.
I have a question. Neo-Nazis and white supremacists prefer racial segregation.
Get away.
That's correct, right? I'm not wrong in that assumption.
Get away.
They wouldn't prefer it if in this country they separated the races, and white people would live with white people and black with black people. Right? I think that's largely true among white nationalists. White supremacists, they're going to add they think they're better than everybody, but that's a separate thing. Which political party advocates for policies based on race? The Democratic Party.
Democrat Party.
Not the Republicans. Republicans are fighting these things. Which political party advocates for political districts based on race? It's the Democratic Party, indeed. Which political party has created POC and non-POC only spaces? It's the Democratic Party. So, real quick, and which political party hates Israel?
Well, and which party now has elected mayors in some of the largest cities in America saying we will only contract with non-white businesses, right?
Well,
choosing winners and losers based on their race.
That I would argue that Nazis would probably not be okay with, but I would just say, if you were a Nazi looking at the list of everything you wanted, you'd be like, well, we might lose a couple of things in the cities we don't want to be in, but man, if those cities are saying they're only going to hire black people and all the black people move there and leave where we are, the point is, when I see Graham Plattner with a Nazi tattoo, I'm like, he's just a Nazi who realized that to get through most of what a Nazi would want, the Democratic Party is your path forward. He hates the Jews, he hates Israel, and he wants racial segregation. I mean,
did he say something bad about Jews? Or is it just
I'm saying, well, he has heavily criticized Israel, which is always allowed, not necessarily a Jew thing. I'm just being somewhat facetious.
He's also got some crazy Reddit posts back in the day
about like Hamas.
Yeah.
Wiping out
Did you get the Gears of War game?
If you are a Nazi who hates the Jews and hates Israel, the Democratic Party.
Is it on PC? No, but if it's on PC, I could get it. Because I never had an Xbox until like 2016 or so.
It's an Iron Cross tattoo.
It's
that, you know, it made the rounds.
They recently brought them to
PlayStation.
It's a Jerusalem cross, which is like an old Crusader.
Cross-platform,
but yeah, no.
Yeah, there were many outlets explicitly saying that it might signify that he's a white supremacist. I'm reading from Politico that it's associated with white supremacist groups, as opposed to articles talking about Plattner's tattoo that says how he expresses
I don't know if they
could potentially
put all three
resemble a
on.
Nazi tattoo. So they give him like this plausible deniability that they would never afford to Secretary Hegseth, despite Secretary Hegseth's tattoo not being anything resembling a white supremacist symbol, but this guy has a literal totem conf on his chest. And it's been there for like a very long time.
Yo, he had it for 20 years, didn't he?
The thing about Democrat policies, about race policies, race-based
God
policies.
damn it,
We live
dude.
in a society with
Only the first one.
78% black people of a certain culture that votes that way. They'll say, look, we're not doing anything by race. It's all by majority. And you're like, oh, Well, the majority happens to be one race, and they are dominating the political sphere. Majority rule. So now we need to make exceptions for all these minorities that are getting dogged and trashed in culture and society. So that's where the democratic philosophy comes from, is you need to make sure people don't...
Guys, I gotta read you this story. I'm sorry. So here's the origin of his Totenkopf. He was in his 20s on leave in Croatia, specifically Split, during his 3rd deployment.
Whoa.
He and fellow Marines got very inebriated and decided to get tattoos. They picked a terrifying-looking skull and crossbones design off the wall in a tattoo parlor, seeing it as generic military, pirate, edgy imagery, common in military culture for scary tattoos. I just want to stress, these guys walked into
Dog, what did you do for May the 4th?
on the wall that is available for public display in Croatia. I have to wonder about what they were thinking when they entered the tattoo parlor and what the let's just say business
Revenge of the Fifth.
What were they wearing and what did they look like and what else was on the wall?
Nice.
I gotta wonder if you're gonna put a Totenkopf on your wall, if they're not perhaps any other symbols, perhaps maybe.
Did you watch the sequel trilogy again, dog?
Did I slip?
That movie you love so much?
Symbol that the Nazis co-opted, just like the swastika.
The Last Jedi.
Okay, at the very least,
Or whatever it's called.
Demonstrates poor judgment. Assuming, like, you know, give him every benefit of the doubt.
Blasphemy
I think this
Central, that's what that's
poor
called.
judgment, and maybe it's not the
Nah, I
judgment
remember you saying, "Oh, I love this fucking."
who would potentially be senator should
said
have.
that.
Like, if you are getting something
Yeah.
permanently tattooed on
Yeah,
your
you
body,
did.
Like, actually never
understand
said
or
that. Like, that's
know
actually
what
insane.
the symbol is, or do some
Oh,
due
you said that to me, I
I don't know
remember.
if that's too much to ask for. And again, I think he's playing
Yo,
dumb.
dude, can whatever the name of the first movie, the second one's the best, dude. It's the best fucking Star Wars. The best Star Wars there is.
This guy is AIDS, dude. I literally said the third one is the best of them.
Yeah, I don't think like Jared Holt.
Yeah, you said the third one is the best of them all, meaning all Star Wars movies, prequels, the original.
I just think it's odd.
You fucking said it, dude.
Oh my god,
Look at the other thing I was gonna say was when he did his little sit-down confessional, like the sort of like O'Donnell when she ran for Senate a few years ago. I'm not a witch. He did the whole I'm sorry for this, and he said, well, now I will pay to remove it. Dude, if he had bad judgment 20 years ago, there was a long time in between there where he could have said, oh shoot, I learned about this symbol. Wow, this is really troubling. I should get this removed from my chest.
Doesn't seem like something you just like keep putting off.
Yeah. Well, you know what the one difference was? He decided he wants to be a politician. That's why he decided to get it covered.
It was since the 90s. The Nazi imagery has been banned, and they've had sporadic heavy enforcement. In 2004, they ordered the removal of plaques honoring Nazi-era figures. I just don't believe this guy for a second. The story is either he intentionally sought out a Nazi tattoo, or he intentionally sought out a Nazi tattoo parlor and then got a Nazi tattoo.
I don't know how old he is now, 40 something. He was in his 20s. He was hammered with his buddies. Was he in the military on leave? He was in the military, so they're all amped up. They go probably blacked out. I never heard of a Totenkopf till tonight. This is the first time I've ever heard the word said out loud. And I think I've seen that before. I had no idea it was a Nazi thing until tonight.
Well, the other thing here, just to note, I mean, I know he's doing this like faux working class hero shtick right now, but Pleitner comes from an incredibly wealthy, socially elite family in New York in the Northeast. He went to Hotchkiss, one of the premier boarding schools in America. The idea that he was somehow ignorant about the significance or the symbolism, or like, oh, I don't know, I just picked like a Pirates of the Caribbean looking tattoo for my chest, man. I don't believe it, because again, he came from an incredibly sophisticated, educated, wealthy Northeast family, and so I think it's a shtick. I think it's a shtick.
Probably paid extra to have it put on. If he didn't know, like that's a judge of his mental faculties. Like, dude, do due diligence on the big thing on your chest so you know what it is.
Street.
On your
What?
chest.
He's either a Nazi or
This fucking guy just asked me to stream, and I've been streaming for like fucking 2-3 hours. Cunt. No.
Oh my god.
Cunt.
Developmentally disabled.
This guy's going full autismo, dude.
Oh, dude, this headset's a fucking piece of shit, dude. That's
Dog,
what
what
that
the fuck have you done to your fucking headset?
Side now. I had teenage.
Bought it from Walmart. That's what I fucking did.
Congratulations.
Of course, she has the fucking cattle piercing.
What are you talking about?
This chick who's just like doing the splits on YouTube. Of course, she has a fucking nose piercing. Like, all these stretches, dude. Like, how are they allowed on YouTube?
You know the girl's name?
Zera? Z-E-R-A?
Nothing's coming up. Don't see it. Z-E-R-A. I type in anything else?
Splits or stretch? One of the two?
Oh. Yeah, okay, I found her. Be more art than human? What a fucking weird tattoo, dude.
An AI deleted the entire database and all backups.
What's the matter if she just does the splits, dog? What the fuck is the
So
matter
is
with that?
Okay, if I did splits that like put my dick into the camera, like that would be taken down.
Well, what is she putting into the camera, dog? She's demonstrating how to do the stretch. Like,
yeah.
What's the issue?
Might as well demonstrate how to get fucked for 2 hours. That's what that basically does. Synonymous.
Are you watching the one she posted like 2 months ago?
Is she in black clothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I just wanted to see what her face looked like.
She's got a tattoo on her nose?
Bro, these fucking people are retarded, dude. The worst part is she probably thinks that it's cute to have it on her nose.
When'd you last blow ballast, dog?
Yesterday.
Oh.
Satan
Fuck, dude.
full body
I woke up.
It seems like you're being more frequent now, dude.
No, this is the first time I went in between my schedule.
No, yeah, I'm sure, dude.
It is.
Bro, you're gonna keep blowing ballast, man. I'm telling you, dog. You ain't fucking going down to fucking Challenger Deep, dog. Like, what's your problem, bro?
Yeah, I can't get that low.
Yes, you can, dog. You just
pressure
gotta
depth is
fucking
250.
reinforce. You gotta reinforce the fucking hull. You gotta fucking, you know, weld on some more plates or whatever onto the fucking side of the hull. You gotta fucking descend, dog.
If I go that deep,
Bro,
I'll need to sink, so...
Yeah, you know, there's buried treasure down there in the deep, dog. You know what's on the surface of the water, dog? Fucking microplastics, dog.
Sano, I will not leave my master.
Stop wasting time.
Go.
Why do so many chicks get tattoos, dude? Like,
Because they have no one leading them, and they just fucking do a bunch of shit. They're impulsive.
whoa! Yeah. That's uncalled for, dog.
That's the necessary information. Whoa!
Important. That's why you check out True Gold Republic. DeSantis signs Florida's new GOP-friendly congressional map into law and is swiftly sued. I love the update. The governor has been calling for newly drawn congressional lines since last summer. Now, I believe we have the current maps here. As you can see previously, there were 8 Democrat seats, and now with this new map, it's incredible, there's 4. And the funny thing about it is that this new map basically makes everything moderately red. Not deep red, just red enough to where it's not competitive for Democrats, and they get only 4 seats. Now, this is massive. You combine this with Alabama and Louisiana, and the rest are expected to fall because the DOJ announced on Friday they would be going after every one of these states with racially gerrymandered districts and forcing them to change. So it looks like they won't have a choice.
What if you get struck by lightning, you fucking meet God, and he's just like, don't worry, you're not fully dead, but I just wanted to, you know, bring you aside here and just talk to you. What would you talk to him about, or what would you talk about?
I don't know, he wants to talk to me, right? So
will go to federal courts,
whatever he wants
and the federal
to talk
courts
about.
are going to fall apart.
Well, no, he's just like, yeah, I see you're in distress, you're bothered, just, you know, tell me what's going on, what's happening with you.
What they're going to have to do is argue race is being used. I mean, I don't know what Democrats are going to do. They're going to have to claim these are racially gerrymandered districts using race as a determinant factor. And the Republicans are going to be like, nope, and you can't prove it because they're drawn politically. The Democrats are going to have to argue like, oh yeah, well these districts are most.
What if God just responds to you by just saying nice?
They're going to argue this one. It's going to get weird. But we got this from Politico.
I'll be like, nice,
The new
dude.
map was approved just
Good
days
job.
ago by the GOP-controlled legislature and was put into place
It's your one and
week after
only
the governor's office
opportunity
delivered it to state legislators. Democrats have
that you
repeatedly
know
called
of
the map
to talk with God,
and a power grab designed to help Republicans
and that's how it goes,
Okay, so
dog.
what am I gonna ask him? Hey, man, next time I play the lottery at 60, can you just throw me a bone? Or like, is he like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So it's like,
the new map and reinstate
What do you mean, dog?
by the legislature back in 2022.
What if he says yes?
The lawsuit contends the governor and
okay,
legislature
well,
violated
then
voter approved
You never know.
I got nothing else to say. I'll just say thank you, and then
that districts cannot be redrawn for partisan or to hurt or help incumbents.
Yeah, and what if, you know, you win the fucking lottery for however many millions, 60 million or whatever, and you're so fucking excited you forget to check the fucking walk sign and you get hit by another car and you fucking lose your fucking lower half.
Republicans will just
And
argue
yeah.
it is or is not racially
What about that, dog?
Democrats will then argue it is or isn't partisan gerrymandering. I don't know how
guess
we
mate
resolve
is
this
gonna
before the
be
midterms.
useful
What I
then.
can say is if this moves forward, Democrats just
Damn,
lose
dude.
forever. Come 2030 with the new
You don't want to go
census,
out like a fucking man and get like use some of that money to get like an MG 42 and just fucking have somebody fucking unleash it all.
Am I gonna pay millions of dollars to move to the U.S. to then get gun rights and then kill myself with an MG42?
Or in Virginia, they were able to
I don't know. You want to fucking have some fucking doctor fucking inject you with some bullshit, or you want to go out like a fucking man?
Yeah, how am I gonna go out like a man here?
Yeah, you go to the U.S. You know, you get your citizenship or whatever, and you get a fucking MG42. Hell, you get like 6 of them. You hook it up to some device, and it's all pointed at you. 300 rounds each. You press a button, and they all just fire simultaneously on you.
So not only am I dying, but my body's becoming mush.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Why not just blow my brains out then instead of defiling my entire body?
I mean, does it matter?
And it's really frustrating to see. And so again,
I don't know. I think like if I was in war, if I'm gonna die, I'd rather not have my body blown up by like a tank shell after I die.
No, but this ain't war. This is you taking the coward's way out, dog.
Graph. They've got Democrats sweep at 45%.
This is you acting like those old people who win the lotteries.
$3.75 million placed on the outcome of the midterms.
What are you talking about?
Sweep is Democrats.
Yeah, it's just like you complain about those old people winning fucking lotteries. It's fucking useless. And you fucking just because you lose your fucking legs, you're gonna fucking off yourself, dog, with all that fucking money.
Considering they're likely going to win the Senate.
Well, it's like if you lost your sense of taste. If you lost your sense of taste, would you eat like expensive food?
Hell yeah, I would.
Yeah, what's the point?
California tries pulling off some ridiculous districts in San Francisco.
What's the point?
Because I want to taste what nothing tastes like.
Nice, man.
She's going to say no. The Trump admin is coming in and procedurally altering the race. So I do not understand how Republican sweep is only at 22%. If Republicans
Okay, what if you got all the money,
House, I'd say
but
fine.
you lost the ability to have boners for the rest of your life?
For some reason, I have no idea why, people are not betting on it.
Yeah, I'd say the reason
You can still jerk off and come, but yeah, you'll never have a boner.
How the fuck would that work?
Fuck, dude, it's just some mental fortitude and just a lot of persistence.
Something called the Purcell principle, which typically excludes changes being made to districts in the election year.
Fuck, how much?
Going to happen in Utah, where we do have a Democratic district. It's like a +23 Kamala Harris.
Let's start low, and then we'll go high. So let's say 10 million.
No.
20 million. 30 million.
They're looking out for the best of Utah.
No.
But you know, I thought it was going to be more limited. That would
What do you want to buy? What exactly you want to? What does 30 million not get you?
Okay, I'll show you one thing that it would get me, but then it doesn't matter because that's not the only thing, and I need a place to put it, and I need to pay insurance,
Hispanic convention, which they have at the same time as the Republican one, 51%
Right
of the vote share
here.
went to a 27-year-old.
So this number right here is before taxes, it's before insurance, it's before import fees.
But yeah, he got the majority of the vote share in that new district, which is a plus 23 Democrat district. We're going to fight it tooth and nail.
And that's just one. That's just one. And then there's.
Because it will be a bellwether to see how the state goes. But that map's not changing.
Let's see.
Like I just said, this Purcell
The dog.
Yeah, I don't.
You got 30 million.
Looks like the rest of the states.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I'll win 30 mil and then I won't move from this house and I'll just like.
And it's pretty tremendous.
I don't know. Keep those cars in the fucking garage and the.
That's what it's going to come down to in Utah. They haven't helped us at all.
What is it called? The fucking.
Actually, you know, in large part by a Republican representative named Blake Moore.
Condo across the street.
Sponsor or co-sponsor of something called the Better Boundaries Initiative back in 2018. That produced the map that you're seeing right there. It's interesting. So Hispanic and Latino in Salt Lake City make up 20%.
All right, 40 million.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, 40 is where I start
Don't be fucking greedy.
That's where I start to play the lottery, so that's where I would.
I'll say one of the big issues is that
Utah
has this niceness problem, and you know, part of this is that maybe it's the Mormons.
So you, for $40 million, you'd agree to never have boners again for the rest of your life.
And Republicans are not willing to fight to win in many cases, and so we have become.
Well, with your,
with
what you said, basically specifying it, I can still ejaculate, so I could technically still have kids. So.
And I think this is
Oh no, but all your sperm is retarded. So like, if you do have kids, they'll have.
Okay, so I'm not having kids then. Yeah,
I mean, you could have them if you want. You could afford to have kids.
No. If I can't have normal children, then I'm not having kids.
Whoa! What do you mean, normal kids, dog? We're all the same under God's eyes.
Yeah, well, I'm not God, so.
They had New Mexico and Nevada becoming like.
Whoa! This guy's so gay, dude.
I thought you'd have an open mind, considering you're an old egg, dog. What is this fucking discrimination?
Juxtaposition in Utah, it is Blake Moore and Senator Mike Lee.
Oh, wouldn't it be because I'm an old egg I would not want that? Isn't that the whole thing?
Nah, dog.
But yeah, that's just so bizarre, and then of course it's going to spin up.
So what are you doing then if it's only retard babies?
At 40, I'm not taking that.
Who just seemingly dominate their primaries and no one knows
Wow, dude. So 40 million, you could still jerk off and come.
But I'm
you
not
just
having
don't have
retard
boners.
babies, bro. That's not happening.
Bro.
They are, and
You might as well just say you're infertile at that point.
That's what's happening in these primaries. That's how you had Mitch McConnell dominating primaries.
You are. They're able to, live a life. With the money you have, they can live a very comfortable life. And yeah, dude, and maybe, one of them finds one of those weird women who, for some reason, marries a fucking retard or whatever.
Yeah, dude, you're so right, man.
Which is
I agree.
It's like, come on, what are we even doing? We have all the the blue slips in the Senate where.
So you're gonna take the 40 million, dude?
Yeah, dude. I'm just gonna have a bunch of retard babies for sure.
It's tradition that if a senator from a state objects to a federal appointment, then the.
So like, how are you gonna impregnate the chick though? Like, if you couldn't get a boner, you just gonna like fucking turkey baste it?
I'm from New Jersey, so I know her really
well. I guess the fucking tube.
Everyone in the Senate was like, all right, well, Cory Booker objected. I guess we can't approve her.
The tube. So the turkey baster thing.
Or do what they do in those videos.
Yeah, literally, yeah, Mr. Potato.
What video?
Give her a cup and then she can do it herself.
Part of it, to maybe be a little bit gracious here is a lot of these senators are like wonks. Like they came out of law school, they clerked for years, they interned for all these different senators. So they're kind of in their head, they don't want to be the guy that tips the boat because they're like, I want to be the guy responsible for the delusion of our beautiful system and that sort of thing. They just don't realize how the base is feeling.
Just a quick add-on here with
Oh my god.
law. Supreme Court has agreed to
How do you think if a woman knew ahead of time what she was in for, she would get with you?
What does that entail?
If this is a request, well, we'll
Like if you explain to her, look, I can come, but I can't fucking get hard. You're gonna have to take this cup and, you know, inseminate yourself or whatever. You think there's a woman out there?
Primaries postponed. We're doing new maps.
They're writing in pencil, like canceled, like outside of these ballot drops.
Oh god.
Made the point that maybe we should just like hold out voting for the Republican Party, and honestly, I totally understand why people.
Okay, so how many kids you thinking of having? Retard babies, I mean.
And I actually totally understand that impetus.
Dude, I already said if they're retard babies, I'm not having them.
Favorable for us to vote in Republicans because again, the previous governor of Louisiana was a Democrat. Do you think he's going to be chomping at the bit?
So
why would I actively choose to have retard babies?
Wait, hold on, wait.
Jeff Landry, he's like, I'm gonna put the foot on the gas.
So it's not a purely selfish thing. You want to have kids in this scenario. Even though you could still get off, I mean, it's not going to be the same, but you could still experience orgasms. That's not good enough for you.
No. It's not that it's not good enough. It's not that it's not good enough. It's that the use, like, I guess the utility of it. It's like, if I can't have kids, what's the point?
The reality is, like, the majority of people are just like, I'm poorer than I was a year ago. I'm not going to vote.
I mean, you could still, you know, fondle women. You know, she could still suck your...
every time it's like, oh, this is just...
You get your cars.
Retards. That's all that is. That's all it's going to be.
A sense of just like having given up. You know, if you don't believe that you can do things which are extraordinary, which are
so
original,
you would turn down $40 million.
If my babies are going to be retards, yes.
You don't think you're capable of creating anything new.
But
and the paradigm, you know, of politics that
but if that was fine, despite your dick not ever being able to get hard again. Wow, dude, you think you can endure that life?
Which candidate is, you know, the most electable, the least controversial? It's like, did we not live?
Dude, like right now, like honestly, if right now, if I had that shit, I'd be happy for a little while.
And that they won again,
versus
the majority of the vote in
30 minutes.
It's all relative, though. Happiness is all relative. So I think what the Trump admin's banking on.
What are you talking about? Wait. I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Like if I had all
what do you mean
that
30
shit,
what are you talking about?
30 minutes just playing this, basically.
If just before the midterms prices start dropping dramatically, people are going to feel that.
Okay, wait. Explain it to me.
Which part?
I'm still kind of lost here.
Say,
all of it. Explain what you're trying to tell me. Just in long form.
Yeah. Gas prices are really high right now. So Trump's
like
approval rating is low.
what I'm at right now is basically
higher favorability than Democrats right now, which is
none of that scenario.
Democrats should be way above, as they're the opposition party.
Or none of the benefits in that scenario.
You combine this
so it's like
with a potential. I say potential because you have no idea what the Trump admin's going to do.
So what I don't get September, pleasure, but like okay, I guess.
Trump pulls back on the straightforward moves or whatever his plan is.
So
be.
Like it does go
you're
downhill
willing
from
to
here anyway.
Drop way down. Trump is going to say,
I've had 10 years of that versus potentially 10 to 15 years that I could potentially have.
You take a look at
so it's like
the
if I throw that away.
Versus today, it's dramatically different. Like the trends we see.
But I can still have kids. I feel like it's.
I still don't know. I still don't know what it is you're saying.
So which part?
Way cheaper. And then
all of it. Dude, I don't understand what you're saying. I swear to God, I'm not, this is not a joke. Like, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying, dude.
Okay, so just like pick out a point and I'll try to explain it.
We've been trying this whole time to get your prices down.
But that's the thing, like, I don't know what point you've made or what point you're even talking about.
Yeah, I think, you know, Trump is absolutely
Well,
going
it's
to do
hard
what you're
to,
describing, like this kind of 11th hour
hard
save.
to resolve
This
that.
is what, you know, if you look at the way he's operating with, you know, the oil prices during the Iran war, he's doing this every single week, where, you know, he'll wait to do anything major until the market's closed, and then, you know, he'll cause the shakeup. And that's the way he's going to be looking at it around election time as well. The problem is, you know, we don't want that in the next 2 years after the election, the kind of resuming of what's been happening now, which is a total halting and an inability to execute on some of the major policy items that Trump campaigned on and that we expect from the Republican Senate and House. This is, I think, the issue is that it is not worth.
Are you thinking of something or what?
Do stuff.
What positions are you talking about in particular?
Like, for instance, the SAVE Act is a small one, right, where you have a Republican Senate.
Well, it's
House,
hard to explain something when you don't know what part you're confused about.
So we have Republicans in every part of government. But
I'm confused about all of it.
Start doing something. We want them to not just, you know, really ramp up the heat when it's election time, but then to deliver afterwards. And that needs to be, of course, immigration restriction, deportation.
Let's just say from beginning to end of what you said, I didn't understand what you were saying.
There, you know, is more transparency as to the process, that there is voter ID. And we do want, in my opinion...
Okay, so right now I don't have any benefits of the money at all.
This kind of
okay, all right.
I don't have the
and Trump, one of the things that actually
I guess like the pleasure aspect too. It's like, okay, what just is jerking off good enough to not take 40 mil or something? I don't know.
For affordability and healthcare.
No, but your dick still works in this scenario though. If you don't take the money.
Right ideas, but none of the right policy. I think the right policy is something we really have to produce.
Yeah, okay, but like,
is there even something in the pipeline?
In the scenario, I can still have kids.
Like other than
so, like, what's the actual drawback of that?
Right now is healthcare in this country. It's just one of the hardest
like,
things.
okay,
so you don't think you don't think your dick not being able to get hard for the rest of your life is not a drawback?
It is, but like right now, what do I like? What am I even like saving right now with that? Like, how do I benefit from that right now?
The fact that I'm hearing on mainstream podcasts so many different like ways.
Well, why would that be any different versus me saying, well, I'm not having kids right now anyway, right? So just fuck it. I'll take the 40 million. Fuck the kids. Like, why would it be any different?
I guess you could. You could take the money for a different reason.
I think we're headed for a major economic collapse that no one can stop.
Well, no, okay, so 40 million is enough for you to say, yeah, okay, I'm fine with my dick not working.
Well, that's at least where I would start to. Like I said, that's where I start playing the lottery, so that's where I would start to.
Millennials didn't have kids 20 years ago, myself included. We are looking
Okay, yes or no then? 40 million. Are you taking it, or are you not taking it? Given the drawbacks, like we just said.
UPS or at the KFC.
So wait, is that also the retard one too?
And we don't have that.
Yeah.
Then you have one of two issues. Either boomers are going to live too long, or they're all going to die. Now we've talked quite a bit about how boomers have life expectancy. So there is a concern that they're going to start dying in large numbers, which is going to rapidly alter the political landscape. There is, however,
I'm not taking 40 mil either.
And that is longevity. Boomers may actually end up living to 100 because of.
But if I were to say, oh, no, you could have kids,
own everything, and
then
it's okay.
Kids?
The younger generation hates.
Non-retard kids.
Just lead to rapid
well, that's when I would. That's when I would think about it. Like actually.
You're already seeing them like set the table for that because like look at Japan.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that you think you could live the rest of your life without your dick working.
For the elderly, and now you're seeing like some of those policy proposals of the United States, and they're getting
like that. That's my main
sniff test for conservatives.
Curiosity. Like it's not the dick not working. It's the possibility of not having kids that really puts it over the edge for you.
And as a young person, I mean, look, I love the
All
elderly.
these
I
healthy
love
ones,
boomers
yeah.
because I do think like they are like when they're gone, the sort of coalitions are going to be stitched together, and the Republican Party are going to be like a nightmare.
You don't think
That
you would
being said,
fucking like, I don't know, like maybe like after a
trending
year
towards, which is just this
of like
gerontocracy
driving your
that's, like,
supercar or
boomer welfare
whatever,
state, not even boomers, just an elderly welfare
and it's like a,
and there's no
I
way
mean,
out of it.
it's a lot of money, but it's a
Swing
finite
for
amount of
regular
money,
end of, like,
right?
back
So,
whatever that's left
you know,
over.
whichever car you get, right, you're kind of like locked in with that for at least, you know, time being. You don't think like after a year, you just like fucking like look down at yourself and be like, yeah, I wonder what my dick looked like. Or I wonder if I remember what my dick looked like when it was fucking rock hard. And like that's it. Like it's never coming back. Sure, you know you could have women around you, but like you'll never have sex like a normal person.
But Gen Z, many of them
Right.
ain't working. And so
That really,
okay, well, if we drop their property
like, have you considered all that and you're still okay with
going
that?
to reduce costs for a lot of these boomers who own property.
I'm kind of thinking
and
of
they're
it
gonna
like,
say, oh, okay, my monthly bills
like
remain
right
the
now,
same
even right now, like
because my cost of living is going up and my property taxes are gone.
No, but like right now, I don't think you could say right now, like even though, yeah, like sure you're not banging chicks right now, you at least have, you have the benefit of knowing you could perform if it came to that, right? Like if a chick, you know, came into your life, you'd at least know in the back of your head, like at least I can perform the sexual act.
And I think he's fantastic. I like a lot of his policies.
Versus having that weigh on your mind for the rest of your life.
Because again, there's corruption, there's a lot of
In
things
your
like that,
fucking
but also
expensive
the way
car,
that
you know, whatever.
Tilted towards the elderly.
Like you think you can mentally handle that for the rest of your life?
Now, you know, elderly people's, you know, property taxes are frozen or they're dropped entirely. They got to get that money from somewhere. They're going to front load the sales tax on your house. Now young people are frozen out of the housing market forever because they got to pony up.
So I think, like, I understand where you're coming from with the kids, and like that makes 100% sense to me. But then there's like the other angle. I wouldn't even say it's like the reverse opposite. There's also like the idea of like, well, what's the point of existing if you can't even fuck? Like as a man, like, what are you doing if you can't even go inside of a woman? Right? Like obviously, yeah, the end point is like the kids or whatever, but then there's like the selfish part where it's just purely about being a
maybe
man.
I'm thinking of it like I haven't experienced that enough or properly to where I'm
So
like,
there's barely anything left after it's all said and done. That's why I have like, a lot of grace for Trump. It's like, look at his team.
the biggest
look at his team right
thing,
now. It's like
maybe.
Michael Jordan
Maybe that's a
and
part
then
of
like
it.
4 guys that are like crippled. That's basically his team right now. It's unbelievable.
So you think it's just because you haven't fucked enough, like in general, that it hasn't, it's not like a big thing for you?
It's not that it's not a big thing. It's just
these guys aren't getting anything done. Like, what the heck is going on? We need to get these guys out.
Yeah, literally. I mean, it's like it's just so obvious that like, okay, even if Trump is this Napoleonic figure, the amount of
yeah, I just thought that it's not a big thing. It's just if I feel like if I was offered that opportunity,
say screw it and go mask off. I'm like, it's a lot harder than it looks. Like you can just go pick some like legal minds' brains on like
I'd
everything
at least
the Trump
want to
administration
take it.
tried so far and where it's been shut down. It's like, oh
You know,
my gosh.
you know what I think though?
Okay, let's increase the money, 50 million.
We're seeing could be, and I'm just going to get a little conspiratorial because you know we've got a big old bag of
I
different
think 60 is where I would say yes.
hypothesis is we are already past the point of production.
Damn, man. I mean, yeah, that's a different life.
Like 65,
Seriously.
what the draw was tonight, I would
Have
say
you guys seen
I would say
these
yes for that.
videos of women in urban centers filming their day jobs?
Yeah.
In exchange for,
Like I think I've lived without it long enough, right? Not that I wouldn't want to do it, but I've lived long enough without it to where it's sort of normal.
I actually want this to end. I do. I want labor to have.
but I wouldn't say you've lived without it though, right? Like we're not necessarily saying the sex itself, right? We're saying the ability to have the sex. And you've lived with that up until this point.
Just like talking. And then she's like, then I go in Zoom meetings for like a couple hours, and it's just meetings, and like that's all we do. And then it's lunchtime, and then she like films herself making an acai bowl.
Like we're talking about your ability to perform, right? Like the sexual act, like as a man.
The work is literally to have work to do. Yep. So we were at my wife and I were at a market over the weekend. She does these markets that she puts up, that she works at. And this guy literally spent 30 minutes in the booth next to us telling his friends about, he's like, I'm in co-pilot, and he just used a bunch of corporate buzzwords to talk for 30 minutes
Hey man,
about how he talked about
you're okay giving that up for 65 minutes?
job to other corporate people, and about how like and I got brought on by these dudes and blah, blah.
That seems pretty fucking crazy to me, but hey man, each to their own.
Mansplaining work to other men about sitting in Zoom meetings.
I honestly think we live in what's called a kleptocracy, and that is you can have whatever you want if you decide to take it. So this functions in a couple ways. One, massive fraud around the country, like we've seen in Minnesota and now California, and fake jobs funded by nothing, where people get food money and then pretend.
See, like I feel like most people would
if you want to understand
give up their ability to like
and what is happening to our civilization,
fucking ejaculate sperm versus their ability to get hard or whatever.
Rich and successful, or
like there are dudes out there who get vasectomies because they don't even want to deal with having kids or whatever. But like, yeah, like,
to each other while people listen to you. Can you imagine?
Damn, dude. I don't know.
All they do every day is just complain on the internet, and they make a ton of money doing it. This is
So what's your game plan now that you got 65 million? What are you doing the very next day?
You know what I'm gonna do?
Give valuable jobs to
calling real estate companies, calling dealerships.
Maybe you should film one of those.
All right, so for real estate, what are you getting?
The first 3 hours, he's just floating in a kiddie pool with sunglasses on.
It's like, have you ever seen
probably
the video
a house in Schoenberg
the girl
or
who makes the fake one? She was like a day in my life
East
at
Caledon.
Raytheon.
Yeah.
And she,
that was awesome. That was like one of the rare ones that was like awesome.
Where?
Like,
Schoenberg?
killed like 30 people. It's like, what?
Yeah, Schoenberg or something. Yeah.
These corporate
Where's
jobs
that?
are just like daycare for adult women. Like,
Just north of here, basically around like East Caledon.
Zog daycare. Yeah, it's Zog daycare.
This is a side effect of the fact
Like
that all these
west
companies,
of Richmond
so all
Hill,
of these
but in
people
that area.
likely would be working for smaller companies, but they're working for larger ones because
So like by like Orangeville?
And I've talked about this on this show before, where the
I'd probably say it's
American
before
dream used to be
Orangeville, but I
start
don't
a
exactly know
plumbing
where that
company or
is.
HVAC company, you work for it for 25, 30 years, and you pass it
Sort
on
of
to
like you
your
go
kids,
down
your
the
kids do
you
it.
go
That's
either
not what it
down
is anymore.
Highway
They sell it
400
to,
or down
to private equity now, or to larger
27.
corporations, and we
Take it
talk about it all
north.
the
American dream.
What?
The American dream now is to sell your business, get $2 million, and just
not do anything.
Go to Cancun.
That's it. But and the thing is, and the companies make
And
it.
how big is this house?
They push you out of the market by making it impossible for you to compete with.
Doesn't
the
necessarily have
resources
to
they have. You
be
can't even
crazy
get
big.
past them if you
Just
wanna get your
a good
stuff on
amount
the
of
front
land.
page of Google. They've already mastered SEO to keep you out there. And to do that, they have to have women.
So what, like a
doing Zoom
farm type
jobs
of
for 8 hours a
setup
day.
or whatever?
So the American dream used to be that you come on the boat, land at
I
Ellis
wouldn't necessarily
Island,
say
you're all
farm,
covered
but
in
the
rags,
land
and you're
could
like,
be
this country will be good to me. And then you work really, really hard.
could be used as farmland if I wanted to.
This country will be good. They all come here. They have kids, or they bring their kids. He starts like a butcher
Alright,
shop, and then he's
with
like,
cars,
you know,
what are you getting?
and you will live a good
Which
life. And then he
cars?
kisses his wife. And then it changed, and the American dream became all I gotta do is write
LaFerrari,
one song one
Centenario,
time, and I'll
R,
be rich for the rest of my life.
Aventador
Today,
SV,
the American dream is to figure
Aventador
out how to go
Ultimate,
bum,
SVJ.
bum,
Those
and
last
then
two are gonna
that's
have
it,
good
you're rich.
exhausts.
I'm not even kidding. You know what I'm talking about, right? Some Filipina chick literally just went bum on
Ferrari
TikTok for 10
F12.
seconds and is a millionaire.
A bunch
now.
of
That's the American dream.
old muscle cars.
And this is the big problem I see, and this is all
A few, like an
structural, right?
RX-7
You think about
with
the
a
terms
4
we use,
rotor,
that we
maybe
have
another one
kind
with
of
the
a
3
value
rotor.
prop. What's the solution? Well, people shouldn't be able to
An
pump their own gas
S15
anymore.
with
I
a
think after 20 years
2JZ.
of pumping other people's gas, something that you used to do yourself. No, not in Utah.
It's like all your money, dog.
States. I think Oregon and New Jersey, you can't pump your own gas.
Oregon just got rid of it.
Well, and in Argentina, you know, when I was down there, that was one of the biggest things I saw. I was like, why are people pumping other people's gas? But it is this.
How much does
moment
that
where
add up
you will do
to?
that for 20 years, and you will realize that the work that you're doing is not fulfilling. You are not actually producing
Oh,
something.
probably a
that,
decent
something
amount.
that a mathematics professor from Harvard who ended up doing something.
If I
that
had
most
enough, I
well-known
would
for, which
buy
wasn't so
a
good,
second
Dr.
of one of
Theodore
those
Kaczynski. He
cars
talked about these
too.
as surrogate
I could.
activities
activities which fulfill what is called a power process.
Like
This need
maybe
to
if
have a
there's
goal,
one,
accomplish the goal, and
like a
go on,
Centenario,
but
if
they don't
I
actually
want
do
two, I'll buy a
anything
coupe
for
and
you
then
or
I'll
for
buy a
anybody
Roadster.
in a way that gives your life value.
Yeah.
And if you just fill your life with surrogate activities, there's two things that'll happen. First, one is transhumanism. It is scientists who end up doing science for science's sake, and they end up creating, these monstrosities beyond human comprehension. The other part of it is that you will have people who just one day wake up and say, I'm going to do drugs and die from this.
It's broken. It's like broken Windows theory for high IQ people.
Those jobs mattered more when people had families and they could go home and they made life at home what mattered to them.
You could at least provide for people who depended on you.
Yeah.
But now you are just living this life, sustaining your own appetites, and none of those appetites direct you to anything.
There's a few problems. First is a loss of faith.
Yeah.
When people were unified based on we all have a mission and we know what we're doing, it didn't matter what you were doing.
Yeah.
But there was also community. You would go to church every Sunday and everyone would meet together and they would feel like they're doing something, and you had something to be proud of and say, I work down at the gas station and we're putting in a new pump. Things are going good. So working at a gas station was not bad.
Yeah.
These days it's all mechanized, and you mentioned the private equity thing. I think this is where a big problem comes in, because if you go back in time, people were proud of whatever job they did, even if it was menial, because it was theirs.
Yes. They also identified with the company, and that was the whole part of functionally they would work the same job for 20, 30, 40 years, retire with a pension, and of course companies came. Look, I'm radicalized against private equity. I know it's my farthest left position that I'm like, look, I can't make you a solid, cohesive argument why it's a bad thing. I just know that the more it is expanded and the more industries that they've entered into, quality has gone down, and people see less opportunities because it's no longer seen as something to take pride in. It's something where they come in just to try and make as much money out of it and just squeeze it dry.
And that's why the chicken sandwich don't taste good, and that's why they're mean to me in the drive-thru.
Yeah,
They don't care that they're representing Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah,
I think one of the issues is that the mechanized system and mass media have combined to create an unfulfilling labor market.
Yeah.
That is, if you did not have mass media at all, you'd be talking to your buddies about what you did. There is a social drive that humans have to be better at what they're doing.
Yeah.
And if you work at a gas station, you're a mechanic, you can talk to your boys about your expertise and feel proud that you are good at what you do. And then they're going to say, well, I work in marketing, and they can tell you what they're good at. The only
Let's hear greatest recorded in all of I know everybody wants some of the secrets behind that tone, so let's get a little look.
Hey guys, it's
Doug, you know who I miss, dude?
Who?
Cal Kester.
He misses him so much he doesn't even know his fucking name, dude.
It's Cal Kester, dude.
Wrong here. Instead, you're just.
Are you fucking retarded, dude?
Nice, dude. I'm so fucking happy about this.
I don't even own the game. I don't even own the game, and I fucking know his name.
I'm so happy you don't know his name, and you always bother me about this fucking faggot game. What's his name again?
His name is Cal. Cal.
Cal what?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I told you it's Cal.
No. Say it again. If you're so confident, say it again.
Cal. There, I said it again. Cal. I miss Cal, dude. Yeah, what now? It's Cal Kester, dude.
Nice. I can listen
You know,
to
I
it.
also miss,
I can find it. I can find it. Listen. Or I'll blow up the sound.
No, I'm alright. I'm alright, dude.
He doesn't even know his fucking name, dude.
It's Cal Kessler. I miss ponchos.
This guy doesn't even know his name, dude. Yo, I'm fucking done, dude. Get me out, dude. This guy's on Mars.
Okay, okay, let's see how far off I am, okay? Literally
Doesn't
gonna be
matter
the
how far
smallest
off you
thing.
are.
No.
Doesn't matter,
That's gonna be the smallest thing.
Oh, Doug, you're like one letter off.
Order cow. Cal Kestis, dude. I miss Cal Kestis.
Well, you're a fucking psychopath, dude.
Like, dude, that game is fucking good, man.
It's the
No, it's just because you put it on the hardest fucking
fattest piece of
difficulty,
shit.
and you can't fucking.
No.
You know, you put it on the
Dude,
hardest difficulty.
it doesn't matter what
and
fucking
you can't
difficulty you put it
can't
on.
parry anything.
No. It doesn't matter what fucking
Nah.
difficulty. The fucking
Nah.
FPS is horrible. It fucking goes in slow motion every 2 seconds. It goes back and then slow motion again. It's not even fluid gameplay. It takes 7,000 hits to kill a droid.
Nah. Nah, I think it's just a skill issue with you. Yo, is Dairy Queen open right now?
No.
Why'd you have to say that, dude? You fucking robbed me of hope.
Okay, listen to this. So, English teacher, aka this really hot teacher, rapes.
Dude, these kids are so lucky. These kids are so fucking lucky, dude.
Just listen. Rapes 14-year-old student on his on his birthday, which is crazy. And gets pregnant.
Yeah, it's not rape.
And then a guy in the comments says, "Lord, I've seen what you've done for others." And I'm like, dude, based.
Yeah, like what the fuck, dude? Like, dude, oh my god, I wanted this so bad with my guitar teacher in TCI, dude. Like,
yeah,
I wanted her to fucking suffocate me with her ass, dude.
For me, it was the geography teacher.
Dude.
Like, she wasn't even like crazy hot, but still.
Oh, fuck, man.
Oh, that was a gravity
fucking, man. I don't understand these kids, man. Like, you have a good thing going that can literally last, I don't know, however fucking long she'll let it last, and then you fucking tattletale, like...
Yeah, dude, if that was happening, I feel like I
man.
wouldn't even tell, like, my friends, bro, because that's, like, I don't even know.
Yeah, no.
Like, maybe after the fact.
Until I'm out of the high school, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, these fucking retards, man. It's like, why does fucking God give fucking retards good things? Like, I never understood that. And it's like, you talk to I don't know. I feel like if I was still in school and like that kid was in my grade and I talked to him, he'd be a complete fucking retard.
Yeah. Yeah, when I see that, dude, it's like, man. Like, you're gonna tell me when I was 14, I wasn't completely, like, aware and of my own mind. You're gonna fucking tell me that?
Like, dude, that's not a rapist. That's a fucking angel. That's an angel. It's a literal angel. That's an angel sent from above. Like actually. Like, do you know what the fuck that? Like, oh my god! Oh, it damages the kid. It's,
Holy fuck!
Fucking damages the kid.
I would
dude.
say
Are
the
you
opposite
fucking kidding?
damages more.
Bro, it's like you gave that kid something grown men fucking dream of. Like, what fucking damage? What damage? Like, holy fuck, dude. And it's like, you could have had it multiple times. Multiple fucking times. No, he fucked it up. Fucking retards, man. It's like those things, dude, they piss me off. I'm like, why show this to me? It's like, YouTube knows it's gonna fucking piss me off.
Well, I saw that one on Instagram. And
Whatever.
Even when she's
whatever.
in court,
Social media.
Even when she's in court, she still looks hot. It's like, holy fuck, dude. You fucked that up that bad.
Like, holy fuck, dude. It's like, yeah, there's a double standard. There's a reason for it. Like, holy fuck, dude. If I was that kid's dad, I'd be like, yo, you're a fucking retard, dude. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, in public, I'd be like, yeah, she's a monster. But, like, behind closed doors, I'd be like, hey, fucking Bobby, come over here. If you ever fucking do something that retarded again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Yeah, don't tell your mom. And that'd be it. And it's just like, if you, like, I don't know what to call that. I don't know if that's called like being a pussy or that's just something else entirely. But that's like a whole another level of retardation right there. It's like, if he did that, I would be like, is my son gay? I'd legit be concerned. Like, is his sexuality a homosexual or what?
Yeah, that's like the first
like you
thing
have a
I thought
fucking
of.
hottie.
That was the first thing I thought of when that situation with the executive popped up. I was like, this guy kind of sounds like he's gay. Like who fucking
with the JPM Morgan?
Yeah, like
yeah.
Like if some like hot Spanish chick was like, you know, being racist towards me about being white, and like, okay, cool.
Bro, she.
Especially her too.
I would be too much for her, dude.
Actually hot.
I would be trying to fuck her in meetings, dude. Like, I would match her craziness and then exceed it.
Yeah, you'll surprise even her, dude. That's how that would be.
I would fucking go, like, dude, I would try to match her energy, man. I'd fucking down like 50 bottles of Viagra and fuck her all fucking day, dude. All fucking day. Every fucking minute of every hour, dude. If she wants to fucking get crazy, dude, I'll fucking do it.
Holy fuck.
Bro, it's like, if you treat her good, she might fucking promote you, dude. She might fucking, you know, curry favor with you career-wise if you just fucking toe the line. But I don't know. I guess your family raised you like a pussy, dude.
But not even that though. Like, imagine you're just at work and you're getting paid and you're also smashing a baddie. Like, I feel like that is just on its face a benefit right there. No.
Yes. Yeah. For a man, if you're getting sex for free and you're getting paid, this is like, dude, I don't know what kind of unicorn zone or, you know, Goldilocks zone that is, dude. That's rarer than life on Earth.
Yo, that is, dude. Holy fuck.
It's like however many billions of people here, how many get the opportunity to do that? Like holy fuck, dude.
Yeah. Like, imagine it's one of those teachers that you can't, like, fucking concentrate in the class. And it's one of those. It's
dude, that's why I was so shit at guitar, dude.
Yeah.
I was so shit at guitar, but oh man, I love going to guitar class. I'm telling you, dude, she was so fucking hot, man. I wanted to fucking lick her asshole, dude. Like,
it was like Mr. Prasad's math class. When there was a hot substitute, all the dudes would go to class. That's how it is. All the dudes would go. And it was the best fucking class there. Eventually she just kind of became the slightly full-time teacher. It's pretty lit. I wish she was in the yearbook, Miss Stewart.
I can't even fucking remember my guitar teacher's name. Can't even fucking remember her name, dude.
To me, she was elusive. Like to me, she was the only teacher that I didn't identify as like going to being a teacher at the school. If that makes sense. Like I never was like, oh, she's a teacher here. I was just like, oh, that's like a hot chick that, is here. Huh? You're a guitar teacher. For some reason, I just never like felt that. It was I don't know. I guess she was never my teacher, so maybe that's a reason. But
yeah, dude, I would fucking throw a fuck into her, dude.
just imagine.
Is it kind of fucked that I feel like I had a better chance with her back then than I do now?
I guess under certain circumstances, like you mean if she was your teacher now, or if you just like saw her again?
Just saw her again.
Yeah, I would say in that context. But if you're closer, like if you're around each other a lot of the day, then I would probably say now.
Dude, why is life like this, man? Why is it so shit, dude?
That I don't know, dude. So, you had her for guitar in grade 9?
Was it grade 9? I can't even remember, but yeah. Yeah. Either grade 9 or grade 10, honestly, I can't remember. She was so fucking hot, man. I can't even remember. Like, that's how hot she was, dude.
I feel like I slightly remember what she looks like. not 100%. Like I feel
Bro.
like I have a vague image.
Dude.
Like,
oh my god, man.
what do they think
like,
that
I
like
just,
it
her
does
ass,
to
dude.
dudes? Like when that happens, like what do they think negatively happens?
Oh, when a hot teacher fucks a male student or whatever.
Yeah.
Negatively, I think they're like, oh, it's, I don't know, just because it's like a minor and like an adult, they think it's automatically bad. It's just like, do they not like know like human history? Do they not
I
know
was just
like
gonna think about
realities of
that.
biology?
Yeah, like, yeah, that's what I was fucking exactly thinking of.
Like, oh my god, dude, can you imagine getting reincarnated into a life where you fucking got that, dude? Like, oh yeah, dude, this is such bad karma, dude. Everybody and their mother would look at that as good karma, dude. Like, that's the best fucking thing to ever happen.
Yeah, like that's the one time where it's like the parents would look at it contextually and not just by default that it's bad. At least I would
Like,
say some.
as a
Like, it'd be more
father, I would just be like, yeah, dude, yeah, you know, it was a blessing. It was a blessing. Like,
it's like,
and
yeah, I
like,
didn't fucking get that shit.
I didn't fucking get that shit, dude. You know how bad I wanted it with, you know, my fucking guitar teacher? Like, and you fucking got it? Like, count yourself fucking blessed. Again, if the mom is all fucking pissy, just like, I don't know, man, just, I wonder what that is. Like, how does a mom feel about a woman fucking their underage son?
I would think that would be, like I said, it would kind of be more contextual. I don't think it would be like, because they would be defensive, but I'm not sure how they would react. At least like most of the time. Dude, these people assume that I have accuracy with my fucking pinky. Like,
What are you trying to do?
And
Guitar practice, I guess.
well, yeah, it's just like the things where you use your index, middle, and then pinky, and I don't know how to describe it, but it makes a cool sound when you do it quick enough and properly. Dude, like, she's just washing her hair in the fucking shower, dude. Like,
Nice, dude.
dude, I don't understand what this is, man.
What is it now?
Fuck, dude.
And in a business, one else in the room, how they articulate their thoughts.
This etiquette teacher is pretty hot,
But
too.
it's the way.
I've seen her videos.
Hello, my beautiful audience.
Huh?
Would you say etiquette?
Yeah, there's like a chick that teaches etiquette on YouTube. At least she still does, but she also does like other stuff. But she
The importance of doing.
Nice face, nice hair.
Hello, I'm Jamila Masaiva, an international etiquette consultant, author.
International etiquette consultant. Talk about Omega Chalked. She's if it's international, you're chalked already. Like
we're not toddlers.
Fucking polyglots. I don't even know what that is. Why is that popping up on my recommended? Yeah, like most people that teach guitar stuff on YouTube, they already assume that you're at a certain level. Like there's one guy who did a quick tutorial and like they go so fast that even playing it back multiple times isn't going to be good enough.
This guy said it's hard to drop D tuning to play this. So just tune your low E string. Like initially, what you're gonna do is just hit A and D string. Mysterious Van Halen riffs of all time. The intro to Drop Dead Legs.
Oh.
Before Eddie changed the world, Van Halen the other day. Today's video, we're going to be checking out some of my favorite verse of the sliding into the D and B string here on the 12th fret. First and third time. Power chord. There's a really big bass lick that Michael Anthony plays over that last chord, so it's a little bit harder to hear. But I'm just excited to hear more of Michael. Michael's playing on these demos is awesome. It is way.
This is how a chick that teaches Italian too.
Allora le
Dude, it's just you can't get away from it, dude.
The Fourth Crusade.
Have you seen that diver chick?
Probably not. At least that I can recall.
I think there's like a couple of them. They're pretty nice.
Thank you for joining me.
So I had a baby.
I love in these videos where like the view isn't the greatest and then you press the search bar to scan through the video and you know exactly where she shows a face view because it's the most replayed part. It's amazing. Yeah. Every time. Every fucking time.
Daughters schedule for our. Okay.
All right. So
we're going back and forth.
He'll do it.
Or, and that's just part of the story.
Still laughing at that fucking post that I sent you about the guy faking being a woman, getting like 43 grand a month.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Welcome, give a huge welcome to our very special guest today, Nux. Welcome.
Massive state-organized rallies marking the anniversary of the revolution.
Dude, people are actually like carrying around the rumor that, oh, Disney's trashing the sequel trilogy. I'm like, dude, I don't have any confidence in them to do that. Huh?
Why are they spreading that? What's making them think that?
I guess because they've heard rumors from people in the business or sources, but I think either it's bullshit or it's not, or it's taken out of context. As much
Why
as
do
I
you
would
think that can't happen?
Why it can't happen, or why I don't think will happen? Well, I think if it did happen, it would look really bad on them, for one, because they spent 11 years and basically ruined one of the biggest IPs ever made. Why it can't happen again is they basically threw out everything else other than the Clone Wars and the original movies and basically went from there. So threw out all the Legends, threw out all the expanded universe stuff, so the Old Republic, they basically gave the finger to that. Why they won't, I think they're arrogant. They don't respect the originals or the prequels. I don't think they know what the fans want or like. And they're lazy too. Like, if I were head at like even the toy department, I'd be like, you're not building or you're not making any characters from the sequel trilogy other than Kylo Ren and Episode 9 Rey. There's just there's no debate. No one else is getting made. And then we're gonna make expanded universe stuff all throughout, from the comics, the games, the books. Like,
you don't think it'd be a step in the right direction?
Well, it would be a step in the right direction, but that doesn't mean that they're going to get to their destination. So I could take a step towards a convenience store to buy a lottery ticket, but if I take only one step and I need 1,000 more to go, and then I need to still actively walk to the convenience store, so they need to actively get competent people who know the source material and know how to create within the source material. Like I said, the guy who made Dune and Blade Runner, the fact he hasn't been off, I assume he hasn't been offered a Star Wars movie because I feel like he would take it instantly. The fact he hasn't been confirmed to be doing a Star Wars movie, I don't care if he said no, that proves to me they don't know what they're doing. If he said no, give him more money. That's it. If it's a good movie, it's going to make $1 billion. And it seems that he is
You think
good.
he can make a good Star Wars movie?
Dude, fucking Blade Runner and Dune are like... To me, they're better Star Wars movies than the fucking sequel trilogy. Like, Blade Runner has good music. It has good scene direction. It has good visuals. The cityscape looks like... If he makes a fucking Blade Runner like that, he can make a movie that has Coruscant. Like, he can get the textures down.
Yeah, maybe.
He did a fucking movie in a desert. Well, you know, where does fucking episode 4 start? The main planet's a desert. And episode 6, episode 1 and 2. He's probably the best director for visuals right now. Whether there's nothing happening, whether there's a fucking flying car going by, or whether there's a fucking ship launching missiles, or a fucking sandcrawler thing getting fucking destroyed,
or an orgy war.
Yeah, like I honestly think he'd probably be able to do better with that than any of the fucking Star Wars movies were.
Nice.
Like, that's how much confidence I have in him compared to them.
Don't you think he's better at like a more serious, darker tone for his movies?
He's good at a dark tone, but I would definitely say that Blade Runner has a darker tone than Dune. But then again...
Yeah, but do you think that would be good for Star Wars, though? To have it be dark?
If he did an Old Republic movie, I think that would be perfect. I think that tone would be good. His visual talents would be good. He seems to stick to source material at least mostly well. Like, I haven't heard, like, at least Dune 1 and 2 are good enough to where fans of the books aren't raging. 2049 was good enough to where people weren't really mad. Some people were mad, but for the same reason I was. But I'm not even that mad at it because to me, in my own head, I don't care. She's not the kid. They're either both the kids or he's the kid. To me that's canon. I don't care what anyone says. If you what happened in the movie's retarded.
Wait. Who are the kids?
Fucking Ryan Gosling. It's either Ryan Gosling and the girl or just Ryan Gosling. I couldn't fucking care less. I think if you do it that way, it still makes just as much sense. Just cut out a couple lines saying they lied about there being 2 just to hide the 1. If you change that, it's simple. Yeah, no, his tone would be like episode like Revenge of the Sith is like slightly darker, especially when it comes to like the second half of it. Like Attack of the Clones, depending on what part of it, like when he's on Tatooine, it's a little darker. When it's Dooku and Palpatine talking, it's a little darker. But I think if the tone makes sense, it doesn't really matter if it's a darker tone. But yeah, like if you gave him 3 Old Republic movies, whether it's like a Darth Bane trilogy or Darth Revan or Darth Malgus, it'd be perfect. Like that's what people were hoping from Benioff and Weiss before season 8 came out, was a Star Wars Old Republic TV show. Because you can have a lot of story within a TV show, and then you have the production quality. And when I say production quality, I mean everything from how the camera looks to how they look, their hair, their clothing, the fucking the chairs. So fucking hire the set designers. Like I want everything to look as it did in that show, instead of how it looks in The Force Awakens, where like everything's either really shiny or just doesn't, or looks like plastic when it's not supposed to be plastic, or it just looks stupid. Yeah, like when he's in the city in Blade Runner, just flying through it, it looks like that could be Coruscant. And then he goes to the fucking temple, and then even when he goes inside, it's like the sense of scale in Star Wars is similar to that as well. Like even the Jedi Temple, it's like it's stupidly big. It's almost like big just to be big, just to like add like a unique sense of scale, which is similar to that. Those like the headquarters of those companies. But like one main thing is like whether or not you think he does a good job, it seems like he's putting passion and effort into it. Like I don't look at it and be like, oh, that was lazy, or you know, that's stupid. Like so stupid. Like I think it's terrible, but her being the kid, it's at least right at the end, to where she doesn't even explain herself to Harrison Ford. The movie just ends. So at least I'm not like, because like in The Force Awakens, she's better with a Millennium Falcon than Han is. So now I have to experience and deal with the rest of the movie already knowing that, and then I have to experience everything else. Where with Blade Runner, I spent 2 hours and 27 minutes having a really good time, and then for the next 3 minutes I was like, okay, that's retarded. But then I'm like, 2 hours and 27 minutes versus 3 minutes. It's a pretty even if I
what did you think was retarded
in the in The Force Awakens?
No, what are you talking about when you say 3 minutes?
Well, like the last scene of the movie where you find out that it was her and only her. That was the kid.
Oh,
like,
okay. Blade Runner.
Yeah, I was still hoping that it was him, and I'm like, whatever, but then like even when he goes out on the stairs, I'm like, that is a fucking amazing scene when he just goes and lays down and looks up while it's snowing. So like I can find something out like that, and then 10 seconds later it's like, wow, that's a good scene. I didn't even need dialogue. I just needed the visuals and what's happening in the music. And it's like, yeah, the Dune music, I may not think that it's like the best music ever, but that's another movie that has good music. It's kind of like the sequel trilogy. No one watches it and is like, "Oh, I'm interested in this universe now." Not a single person on the planet has said that. If they did, they're either retarded or they were lying. But Blade Runner, I feel like he's interesting enough to want to see the first one, and then Dune definitely got people interested because I would say a large portion of the population doesn't know what the fuck Dune is until that came out. Now, they may have heard of the first movie in the 80s, but they definitely didn't fucking watch it. And they probably didn't know that there were books.
Yeah, I didn't know shit about Dune.
Yeah. And one reason why Dune, especially the way he did it, which means he did it well, is because George Lucas slightly based Tatooine off of Dune. So it's like you'll see, like when you see, what is it, Arrakis? Is that the planet they're on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you see Arrakis, it's like, oh, this kind of reminds me of Tatooine. So it's like I can literally watch those movies and be constantly reminded of Star Wars, where I'm watching the sequel trilogy and it's like I actually don't know what I'm watching. Like, give me stormtroopers that can't hit a thing versus I guess slightly better stormtroopers, but sparks are flying everywhere, fucking explode, like a one laser bolt like causes explosions everywhere. Like, for some reason a guy like is bleeding when he got hit by a laser blast, and this is like not really how it's supposed to be. Luke went full retard and fucking fled. For what reason, I don't know. Like, who thought of that? Hey, we're not gonna have the main three meet up all together at once until the second movie. Oh, she died, so you're never getting that ever again. Like, that's just retarded, man. No fan would ever be like, yeah, we're gonna wait an entire movie. We're gonna wait 33. We're gonna wait until after 33% of the trilogy's done, if not more, because it's probably not gonna happen at the beginning. I don't know. Like, was there a game in Halo where Master Chief doesn't talk to Cortana? Is that even a good comparison?
Part of the third game, they're separated, but they reunite.
Yeah, so you don't go through an entire game. Or, you know, like, even...
They're ruining your fantasies, dog.
Well, no, to me, Disney Star Wars doesn't exist. That's what, like, I can
but
still...
it does.
No, it doesn't exist. I
But
can
it
still
does.
play the Old Republic.
But it does.
It doesn't. I can still play the Old Republic, and it doesn't affect me.
I didn't take you for a reality denier.
Well, I have to deny reality in order to be denying reality.
Oh, yeah, it is a reality.
What is?
Okay, so all right, you're on your computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, type in Star Wars, The Last Jedi, and see what comes up.
Okay, I could type in Thor. That doesn't mean that he's real.
So those movies don't exist. They were never made. And you didn't go to the movie theater and watch them.
Oh, but even if I did, what would
Nice.
that actually prove?
Nice. That they exist and that they're canon.
Okay, so let's actually look into this. So
No, we don't have to look into it. It's literally there.
In order for them to
literally
exist, they need to be real, and they're fake, so they're not real.
Nice.
And they have to.
What did you go to the movie theater to watch?
And they
what
have.
did you go to the movie theater to watch?
Well, I can go see.
bro.
I can go and watch a fake movie.
No.
And then they in order to exist, they have to remain alive, which they are dead. So even if they did actually exist, they're dead, so they don't exist.
There's no point in talking, dude.
Yeah, because they don't exist, dude. Why are you gonna talk about something that doesn't exist?
Yeah, dude. Doesn't exist. I guess you have fucking what is it called? Alzheimer's.
Well, even if I said I remember the movies, I could also still say that I remember a previous life, but that doesn't mean that it happened.
Huh? Nice.
That doesn't mean that it happened.
Okay. So, what was the name of the movie you paid to go watch in the movie theater? Like the three new ones that came out, and that like your family was there with you and all that.
What would this actually? Why is that?
No, I just want to know. I just want to know if like you remember the name of the movies, just so just for my benefit, just so I could hear what they were.
One is Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker.
Whoa, no, but what comes before The Force Awakens? I think there's like another part of the title.
Yeah, it could be.
Do you remember
fake
that
Star
part?
Wars. Maybe it doesn't.
No. Just can you say the full name of the movie?
Yeah, Star Wars: The Force Awakens.
Okay, and what was the other one?
The Last Jedi.
No. Just say like the full title.
Star Wars: The Last Jedi.
Okay, and then what was the final one that came out?
Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. Which, first of all, tell me what that even means. The Rise of who?
Wow.
See, another reason why that's fake is because it's Rise of someone who isn't a Skywalker. So, like, that's a fake title. Like, it's actually... And then Episode 8 is... it's another fake title because there's Leia who's trained, and then fucking Rey's already better than him, so that also is fake. So they're literally and it's not made by anyone relevant to Star Wars, so it's like it's literally not. It's literally fake.
Nice.
Like,
nice.
If I wrote The Winds of Winter and A Dream of Spring, would those be real Game of Thrones books?
Nice.
No, it's a serious question.
Nah. And if George R.R. Martin fucking sold the rights to that person now writing it,
then it's no longer.
I guess that doesn't matter. Nice.
If George,
it's funny, you still went to go watch it, even though it's not even Star Wars. I just wonder why that is.
because I was hoping that it would be.
Nice, nice.
George...
No. Because it was,
No,
dog.
because I wished it was. I was hoping it would be.
Because it was.
If George sold Game of Thrones to, let's say, Anderson Cooper, and he put like pixie dust
so
and
cool,
like
dude.
fairies and
that's so cool,
like,
dude.
Transgender fucking symbiotes in it, like, is that gonna be Game of Thrones?
Dude, that's so cool, dude. That whole scenario you whipped up. But I'm just trying to ask you about what you did in real life, dude.
Yeah, what about it?
I know, I'm just saying, if it was fake, you were awfully committed to supporting something that was fake, dude. By buying the tickets and supporting that, yeah. No, because you recognize, because you recognize that it is the real fucking Star Wars, and you were excited about the new fucking Star Wars, the real Star Wars.
I was hoping that no. It's kind of like when a really shitty cover band covers a song. Like, it's the song, but it's not real. It's not them. Like, if someone just sings Michael Jackson, that's not Michael Jackson playing. Like, imagine there's a guy that's trying to be Michael Jackson. He has a really deep voice but can't sing, and then he's really fat and can't dance. Is that Michael Jackson? Let's say he bought the rights.
You know what we don't have to imagine?
Let's say he bought the rights to Michael Jackson's music from Sony and did that.
No, but Brock, you know what we don't have to imagine? You going to support fucking Star Wars by watching those 3 Star Wars movies.
But what if I went and
that have the name Star Wars in them?
Yeah, they can have the name. Just if the guy named
no.
If the guy named him Michael Jackson,
Star Wars, dog.
Doesn't mean it says music.
And dude, remember when you said, dude, I fucking love The Last Jedi. I fucking love those fucking movies, dude. Remember when you said that? Remember?
No, I
don't even fucking act like you don't know.
I would literally.
So you got fucking Alzheimer's all over your brain, dude.
I would literally bet
the Alzheimer's is spread.
For that.
Oh, dude, what the fuck is the point of my life, man? I got fucking friends that are fucking retarded, fucking Alzheimer's ridden.
Dude, this guy's like actually lying.
I can't fucking understand my life. Fucking fucking reality deniers.
Dude, this guy saying I love the Last Jedi, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. Holy fuck, dude.
I don't know.
That's peak level fucking insanity right there.
I don't know. This guy just wants to deny reality because Star Wars became shit, dude.
Well, it didn't become shit. It's like
it
would be completely different. And okay, so to tell me that tell me Star Wars and Disney Star Wars are the same thing.
Yeah.
How? How is Episode 4 Disney Star Wars?
Oh fuck! We gotta find the purchase papers that they
No.
Not that fucking did. Not that the rights legally binding.
Not that the rights
to
it.
It is Star Wars.
But okay, so how is...
They have the rights to Star Wars, therefore they can fucking own Star Wars. It's theirs, dog.
Oh, what's a... What
You gotta fucking stop denying reality.
So how is a child when there's a stepfather? How is it his kid? How is it his kid? No, answer. How is it his kid? No, answer.
No.
Answer the question.
No.
Exactly.
Nice. Yeah, go tell me, dog. Tell me more about denying reality,
I'm asking
dog.
you. How is it his kid? Nice.
Dude, you remember when Luke fucking was jerking off an alien, dude?
When he got eaten by Snoke?
No, remember when he was jerking off that alien? That was even better, dude. He was jerking off an alien in Star Wars, dude.
Nice.
How do you fucking feel about that, dude? How do you feel about where you're fucking... No, but it did.
Prove it.
It did.
Prove it.
Let's go in a time machine, and then we'll sit next to you in that movie theater when you were watching it.
Well, why do we need to do that?
As you were supporting, because you thought because you were supporting Star Wars.
Just prove
why
that
the fuck would you go to that? Why would you go to something that isn't Star Wars, dog?
Prove that it happened. Prove it. Prove it. Prove that it happened.
Do you deny going to watch that Star Wars movie?
That's not in question.
No. Do you deny it?
I never did. What are you talking about? I never denied it.
Okay, so just to confirm, you're not denying going to see that Star Wars movie.
A Disney Star Wars movie. I never denied it.
No.
But I asked you.
Nice, dude.
What Star Wars movie did he do that in? No, answer. Go.
When Rey finds him.
Yeah, but which one is that?
I don't know. Was it the middle one?
Oh, yeah, but which one is it?
I don't fucking know. Which one is it? Why does that matter?
Because it's made by Disney,
Star Wars.
So it's a Disney Star Wars.
It's Star Wars.
No.
It's Star Wars.
No. 9.
Oh, so it's not Star Wars, dude? Nice.
Disney Star Wars.
Literally has fucking Star Wars in the name, dude. It's Star Wars.
Okay, if fucking Disney bought Pornhub and they put fucking Star Wars at the front of every goddamn fucking video, that doesn't make it Star Wars.
Yeah, it's Star Wars now.
Okay, so there we go. So if Disney buys Pornhub and puts fucking Star Wars at the front of every video name, even though it has nothing to do with it, it's Star Wars. So then it's meaningless.
It exists in the Star Wars universe.
It's meaningless. So there we go. Proved my point perfectly.
Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Fucking reality deniers, dude. Oh, fuck, man.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed so I don't fucking wake up at 9 o'clock at night.
Man, you're gonna fucking wake up at 10 like you always fucking do.